All right, I think we are live on this. I've never done one of these before, so we're gonna have some fun. The lighting is bad, unfortunately. That's just gonna be nature of the beast because I'm gonna be painting. So if anybody shows up, great. Excited to have people. I'm gonna try to record this and take care of this. I'm going to real quick pop this over to some other formats, so bear with me as I do this. I'm not great at all of this yet. Yeah. Gonna do my best. Pop one up on Instagram real quick. I can't talk and do stuff apparently. Hey, thank you very much. I'm so glad to help. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to load stuff up on Instagram right now. Yeah, I'm so glad. I'll start painting here in just a minute. All right, that's up too. I was part of the Mechanicum Facebook group when I had Facebook, but I deleted it recently. So that is nature of the beast sometimes with social media. All right, plan for tonight. We're going to test, I don't know if you can see that. We're going to test the paint scheme plan for my Mechanicum tanks. I got to get my Macrotech stuff painted, and yeah, there's just so much surface area with these guys. I need to do something other than what I've been doing on my other guys, which looks fine, but is not. It's not an optimal speed. And yes, I am going to paint right out of the pot, but that is because I thin my paints in the pot. So try a sponging technique with this. So the trick with sponging is going to be to treat your sponge exactly like a paintbrush. So we're going to get it wet beforehand. A little bit of this corn red. I'm going over Word Bearer's red because that's a good base. That's a good red base coat if you're painting red and you want good coverage. Corn red doesn't have great coverage, but Word Bearer's red, the coverage is amazing. So we're going to do corn red everywhere. Sponging it messily. It's too much. I'm going to swear a lot. Because that's just who I am. Okay. How long have you been painting or playing Mechanicum? I think I'm going to pay extra attention to the areas around the circles. Oh, nice. This is on the Krios Venator front part. It's a nice flat open area. Plus, I'm not as excited about the Venators as I am the battle tanks. So if I screw this up, I don't mind stripping it back down. I love that the Venator is advertised as like the anti-tank tank and literally can't do anything against a. I mean, it can theoretically do something against a Land Raider, but it's unlikely. Even your Lehman Russ, it's going to be a pain in the butt against. I think it's the front armor on a Russ is like 13, or is it 14 on a front armor on a Russ? It's the worst sponging job I've ever done in my life, I think. Yeah, it's 14. Yeah, so I think it's a strength 9 gun off the top of my head. So it doesn't have armor gain. So you're penny 106. I think it's got firepower 2. It might have heavy firepower. This is not. I don't know. When you compare it to something like the Lehman Russ Vanquisher, which is a dedicated anti-tank weapon, like it's just not even comparable. I think I'm gonna switch to different sponge. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the flare shot's gonna mess them up too. Yeah, we kind of ran into this during the Thanksgiving event, which was I have a bunch of tanks that I could theoretically have brought, but they literally don't do anything. I mean, like the Triaros has the biggest strength on there is a strength 6 gun. That's not going to do anything against anything. And Karachnos is an anti-infantry weapon. Krios can do something, but not a lot. They're fast though. They're ridiculously fast. They're move 14. I'm gonna look it up real quick. They're move 14 with fast vehicle, which means they can rush for an extra like 4 inches, and they can. Yeah, they're 14 inches with rapid, which I think is plus 4 inches if they rush, and then with the cyberthurgy they get plus 3 inches to that on top of it. Yeah. So that's like a 21-inch move. I don't know how that would ever be useful, but it's there. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's honestly, I'm okay with people. Sorry, I'm still sick. I'm okay with people getting back into transports. It's just one of those things. I think we talked about that as well. If people start doing that locally, which is fine because that's the way the rules are written, I guess. I'm just gonna start bringing unseal the portals as a power and just force disembarks. It's yeah. I don't think anybody's done it yet. Have you had anybody do it in any of your games? That's much better. That's much. All right. We're going to test this out first before we go industrial mode. So that was corn red. Now we're jumping to Evilson Scarlet. Yeah, no, that's fair. No, I don't think. I mean, if we went to like a tournament or something, I think people would do it. I should check the wording because I think. Have you checked the wording, like the specific wording on it? I feel like. Check in a minute. Still too much paint on my sponge. Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. You are, if I remember your username, you're the one who posts neat on every single video. Is that right? I'm very glad to be helpful. If there's anything I can help with, please let me know. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. No, there's somebody with a short username, kind of like yours, with a letter, and they type neat on every single video. It's really funny. But no, I'm so glad that you enjoy it, and thanks for stopping in. If there's any videos that you guys want to see, let me know. Oh yeah, that's looking good now. Yeah, so for example, I was mistakenly thinking that, and I think I've said it in a few videos and nobody's pointed it out, which is fine, but like kind of funny because usually you guys catch my stuff really, really well. Is that so you can't put status effects on units in the volley fire, even if it's your turn, because there is no step in the volley fire assault phase whole thing in which you would resolve status effects. So even if you got pinning 2 on something, you never resolve it. So yeah, it's an interesting it's an interesting sort of thing. I'll look at it in a minute because I actually have to let this red dry a little bit before I put my wash on it. I'm really liking the way this is looking. It's not taking any time at all, so that's great. All right, let that dry. Get some more coffee. Oh, I'm painting the red on the Creos. I don't know if I can get you a good image of this. So the Creos fronts, and this is my test on my technique for all my vehicles, all my red. So the idea is I want something that I can paint fast, and it's consistent, and it deals with the fact that there's lots of surface area on here. So that the concept is that we're going to do sponging because it's fast and you can layer your shading really well. And then that adds texture to the surface, so it breaks up what you're doing, which is really handy. And then we can weather and put decals on top of that, and it'll look great. I did it on the Voltarex. If you've seen the pictures of it, it's on my Instagram. And I think it turned out really well. I'm trying to like hone it in. I have a game in a little over a week, about 10 days, with the painting dad, and my plan is to bring my some Skitari and play with them in that. So that's the plan. Yeah, I've got the rule book right now, so I'm gonna look up the Volleyfire thing to kind of demonstrate. So I was looking under like the status effects, and I didn't see anything on the status effects that said they could only be applied during the shooting phase. I could be wrong on that, but the status's subphase is when you test to see if you get them, because there's not a status's subphase in Volleyfire. You would never get it. So we'll check with. Sorry, I'm trying not to sniff on camera. Put this over here. Put this over here. We'll check embarking and disembarking first, because I think that's going to be important. So disembarking is during the move subphase of the movement phase when a player selects a model with the transport subtype. Oh no, we need embarking. Sorry. When selected during the move subphase of the movement phase, the controlling player you can't disembark, or you can't embark as a reaction. Somebody needs to tell Winter's SEO. I'm not going to, because I just oh hey, hi, welcome, thank you, Frog. Nice to have you. We are I'm waiting for some paint to dry, which is exciting. And then we were talking about whether or not you can oh, okay. Whether or not you can react back into vehicles. So let's check reactions. Where are reactions? I live right by a highway. You're gonna have to deal with the signs all night. All right, I don't know where reactions are. Where are reactions? I don't know how to play this game. I went too far. Interesting. I don't think it says that, but we'll check. Assaults, shooting, moving, blah 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 blah. Reactions are before transports. Apparently, there we are. Okay. Just making sure. This is exciting. Exciting live me reading out of a book. I should read it out. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, if that's the way they're arguing it. It didn't say controlling player, did it? Did it say controlling player on the embarking? And I'm just being stupid. Yeah, it's controlling player. So yeah, you could do it. Hang on. That's not the way. It's not broken. I'm stupid. I just can't read. I thought it was, in my mind, it was active player. When selected during the move subphase, the movement phase, the controlling player may have a unit embark on a friendly model that has the transport subtype. The model upon which they're embarking must have transport capacity high enough. And then the rest is access points. Okay. Yeah, it looks like. I'm going to mute myself while I cough real quick. Sorry about that. No, it looks like you can. You can react into vehicles. Yuck. I don't like that. All right. I don't know if people care about my methodology, but so we started with Word Bears Red. We sponged a bunch of Fiston Red over top of that. No, Corn Red over top of that. Then built that up to Evil Sun Scarlet. Now I'm going to wash it all with Carenberg's Crimson. Yeah, it is very cheesy. I agree. So we're going to put on Carenberg Crimson. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it was really fun to paint. I definitely, at some point, I need to get a second one. I don't need to get a second one, but I would like to get a second one because it looks really good. And you can run 2 in a detachment. So, but yeah, reacting back into vehicles feels super cheesy. It is what it is. Yeah, so Word Bear's Red base because Word Bear's Red has amazing coverage. Then sponging Corn Red on top, and then Evil Sun Scarlet on top of that. We're building from purple to orange if we're looking at like color theory. Then we're going to wash it with Carenberg Crimson, 50-50, Carenberg Crimson, and Labian Medium. This is the new formula of Carenberg Crimson. Unfortunately, I used up all my old stuff. It's 50-50 here. Always put the Lamia Medium in your little thing first because you don't want to contaminate your Lamia Medium. And then I'm just going to wash this over everything. Make sure it doesn't pull too much. But this kind of pulls all the colors together and avoids the corners, which is nice. It's going to give it some shading. And then once this dries, we're going to sponge over another Evil Sun Scarlet and then Wild Rider Red is the final sponge. And then the trick is to cut in all of the bronze armor on the outsides without screwing it up. And then if I'm feeling really fancy, I will pin wash this. And once it's all done, we'll see. So, yeah. Thanks for coming out, guys. This is way more people than I expected to show at all. I realized I'm wearing you guys probably can't see it, I'm wearing a herpetology conference t-shirt. And I have a snake tattoo, so I'm not a herpetologist. That's gonna look great. Oh my gosh. What are you guys' thoughts on reacting back into vehicles? If you want to share any thoughts. I'm not a fan. But I'm not a fan of anything that seems gamey and non-interactive. I wouldn't have a problem with it except that when it happens, it looks like in the battle reports I've watched where it's happening, it's super not interactive. Yeah, that's fair. The trick is just play Zone Mortalis and then it can't happen at all. Problem solved. Yeah, I think if it happened, like if it was something that was happening consistently, I think I would ask my opponent to stop doing it or just stop playing against that person. I don't know. I mean, let's be honest. Yeah. The Vanguard thing is harder to police, though. But yeah, I get that point. Like, it makes it really like it's a feel bad, right? You've got this really good Vanguard unit, and you can't get them on an objective. Sorry, I am getting over being sick, so I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. I'm the worst live streamer ever. Not gonna run a Twitch channel like this. Yeah. So, how do you pronounce your name? Velios. Velios. Is a Solar Ox player. And so the irony of this is that I think Solar Ox and Mechanicum do this better than anybody else. This reacting back into vehicles, with the exception of like Terminators, jumping in and then assaulting out of them. I think having a Triaros near an objective and just reacting back into it consistently with units that are pretty good at shooting that's potentially really egregious. But yeah, it's I don't like it. I mean, I get what you're saying on Vanguard. Let me introduce you to Armor Breaker X, which is far worse than Vanguard. Except on demons, it's somehow like really a great ability on demons. The Armor Breaker is because it's on the melee stuff. You get so many more attacks. Yeah, it's but yeah, it's ranged Vanguard is really good. That's why I make the point in the allies thing that I think Myrmidon Seculators are really good because they're specifically good at ranged Vanguard, as opposed to a lot of the other Vanguard units, which are melee Vanguards. No, sorry, my wash is pulling a little bit. Stop it. I want somebody to play. I want to see somebody play a bunch of Armor Breaker demons. And I don't think that anybody else really has Armor Breaker on their melee units. I could be wrong. Here's my gray. There you go. Put a blanket on me so I don't get paint all over me. Usually I paint in really scrubby clothes. All these people on Instagram who are like painting, like posting videos of themselves painting, and they're like in beautiful clothes that are like their outside clothes. I don't get it. I don't know how you do that. I get paint all over me. Yeah. Yeah, so no, a ranged Vanguard is only if you kill the whole unit. But you can't react off if you're doing it, at a distance. You stay out of 12 inches, you're good. That's all I was saying, is that you can't counter it. Maybe I guess you can shroud if you really wanted to. Super secret tech that I just realized, and probably everybody else in the world already knows this. So there was a whole conversation about nuncio voxes. Oh no, so yes, you could. So yes, if you had like 5 models in an objective, your opponent could pull those models first and then avoid it. Yeah, you can still game it some. You just need a unit with high enough volume to make it happen. But yeah, no, it's still anything is gamey. Anything can be gamed in this. But yeah, so super secret Mechanicum tech that you're only going to find here because nobody makes Mechanicum content. So there's a whole discussion for a while about nuncio boxes being good, and in Mechanicum units, especially with the automata. The automata changes. Yeah, that's fair. It's a little bit broken. But it turns out Battlesmith will remove statuses on automata units. So you don't need a Nuncio Vox. You can just Battlesmith away your pinning or sustained in the movement phase, which is super cool. And I've not seen anybody say that. And I just think it's neat. I just think it's really kind of a cool usage of that. So don't nuncio vox if you're going to put your guy with an automata unit, but definitely nuncio vox your other stuff because statuses suck. Or just run the super Archimandrite guy that's nuts with Archimandrite and combat veterans, and then your leadership 11, and then you just won't fail usually. Is the Sekut? I'm still waiting for stuff to dry. This is the Skitari Marshal. Should break out my lens thing, but I'll do that later. My headgear. I am way happier with these models than I was initially when I saw them online. This really is just Games Workshop kind of being crap at painting their own models sometimes. I don't like that. I'm going to go with a darker gray. Yeah, so let me look at the way it's written. That's a good question. So the status goes on the unit. The statuses are unit by unit things. The only time that characters play into status is if you had like a routed character and a routed unit and you split them during the movement phase, which you can do. Then they are both routed. But we'll look up Battlesmith real quick. So Battlesmith says in the controlling player's movement phase, as the active player, when a model with the Battlesmith X special rule has been selected, but either before or after it has been moved, the controlling player of that model may activate this special rule. Please note you can still do this if you're routed. Once activated, the controlling player of the model with the Battlesmith X special rule, hereafter referred to as the acting model, must select one friendly model within 6 inches of the acting model. Oh, the model must have the vehicle, automata, or walker rule. And then remove. You're right. It does say that the statuses are removed from the target model. Yeah, no, I guess it wouldn't work. Never mind. No, not super secret tech. Oh, did it? Okay. Yeah, because if you could, basically, my idea is that you could just remove the status effect. Or just run Scoria, the Dark Mech at Archmagos, because he's a walker and he can just remove his own status effects. But he can't. I don't think he can attach to automata units then because he's a walker. But he's a beast, dude. Nobody makes me want to play Dark Mech like he does. Honestly, Scoria would be peak in Zone Mortalis. It's such a monster. All right. So Celestar Gray was too bright for what I want. No. Much better. Okay. I'll take that. How are we looking? Dry? A little bit longer. Oh. These Skitarii are huge. They're absolutely massive. Kind of blown away. Oh, the Skitarii. If anybody's building Skitarii at all, is it the green build? The blue build. The blue build Skitarii, the 12 build. Oh, okay, I will check it out. Yeah, the servo skull that they have you use for the blue build doesn't actually have a wire that connects anywhere. It just kind of like falls. Yeah, it's super annoying. I was building this. I used one of the other servo skulls in my Archmagos, so I needed to do that build. And yeah, it doesn't. You know what? On the purple build, it also just floats. It just kind of dangles off the back. So terrible. I don't know. I don't know what they were expecting. So I attached it with wires. All right, let me look at these FAQs real quick. I got my camera here and my Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think it's gonna remove it. Because you can't if you could target the Archmagos, if it was like Cyberthurgy where you could choose either or, but honestly there should be a Cyberthurgy that removes tactical statuses. I would pay for that. The I thought that's what the one did. Forget what it's called. The Cogitator Purge. But that's only enemy units and just strips off a Cyberthurgic status. Which I really someday, my dream campaign is to run my Mechanicum against a Dark Mechanicum player and do a campaign, or at least a couple games where we like can use those abilities. Because there's Dark Mech 1 too that does damage. It also strips. It's like Scrap Code Infestation or something like that. And I just like that idea. I just like the idea that you're like sitting there pummeling each other with like Scrap Code and Cogitator Purges and disrupting one another's like active statuses and stuff. All right. Do we want to do armor now? Or do we want to do... Yeah, I think we have to do armor. The FAQs were... I mean, it's... I don't know. No. James quit. Loser. No, I'm just kidding. I understand. Like, his army got absolutely decimated by 3rd edition. But it'd be nice to do sometime. I'm sure there's somebody somewhere. All right, you guys get to see my sexy headgear. What's my light look doing? Yeah, okay. My only complaint with this is that because I have long hair, it moves. But it works pretty well. Oh, and I'm left eye dominant, so this does me no good. I should be able to move it over. So, yeah. We should recruit a Dark Mech player. Somebody's got to play. All the Trader players we have, and nobody does Dark Mech. Somebody commented on one of my videos today and said that they're going to 3D print I think the Domitar models or something, and then make them essentially make them Gal Vorbak stuff, which sounds absolutely amazing. All right, that's going to be enough for those. Yeah, that is a good that's probably the appropriate read of that. Yeah. Yeah, so the Magos gets the status, and then the unit just kind of gets screwed because they're with the Magos. Yeah. I think it's a dumb FAQ, and I think it's a dumb FAQ because if you look at the rules for supporting models in combat, like basically all the combat rules hose Automata hard. You don't get any outside support for Automata. And then I think there's one other. I'm getting distracted, but it's a good conversation to have. I think Automata don't count towards outnumbered either at the end. So yeah, Automata don't count towards outside support. So you always are going to lose outside support. And then there's something about I don't know where it was. There's another thing that mentioned Automata, and I was like, come on. Like they just never get to do anything cool. So yeah, I mean, you're definitely like, if you're mixing units with Automata, you're definitely like putting yourself at a disadvantage. I don't know. I just feel like the no status effects was a kind of cool advantage. Plus, you can't score unless you're Cybernetica. So there's that. It's okay. I think it's been sorry. I think it's been really interesting to see. I don't know if you guys follow Winter's SEO, but I do, and I really like his content. And I've been disappointed that he's not doing Mechanicum stuff. Now he is. And he made the point that Mechanicum sort of have more of the flavor of the what's it called? Sort of the rights of war in third than a lot of Space Marines do. Which is kind of cool. Like I mean, I think that's a good way to look at it. I don't play Space Marines, so I'm coming from second edition, where you know I feel like they lost a lot of flavor, but I can see why he thinks like they have more flavor. It's kind of a cool concept. All right, we are almost dry on the wash. So do my next green layer. I have let me ask you, are there any knights that you like? So I haven't checked the Magera stuff out, the Forge World specific stuff. One of my goals in 2026 is to paint all my Mechanicum stuff, and that's gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be tough anyway, but it'll be a little harder because I'm gonna buy some more stuff, buy the new Myrmidons when they come out and stuff. But I do want to get a knight for my army, and I'm gonna get the Cerastos. I don't know. I'm gonna look it up so I'm not lying to you. Cerastos, the one with the double machine gun on it. By the way, did you guys notice that there is no Scutari on the Games Workshop website? They don't have them anywhere. I'm wondering where they're going to put them. The Castigator. And I'm going to do the Castigator specifically because I think the ammo feed for it looks like the Thanatar ammo feed, and I think that'll help it blend with the army more. But yeah. Okay, yeah. So the Castigator. The Lancer one is bad. The Lancer one was the guy brought to the Thanksgiving event. It was next to what was in between you and I. I think that was the Lancer. Sure, yeah, I'd love to see it. Yeah, I think he had the Lancer and it just didn't do anything. Yeah. Yeah, he like went into a tank and did nothing. Bounced. Yeah. If you want, let me hang on. Give me a second. I'm gonna make a note because I will forget, and I'm trying to make notes more often. But we can do a video on knights. I'll have to do a lot of research because I'm not a knights player. We can definitely do it and talk about them. I like the armigers in the book. Like I think the armigers in the book are cool. And the fact that they're Mechanicum specific. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I'm prepared for that, having done 2 Thanatars now. I just like the kind of similarities. And honestly, a little bit of a rant with Games Workshop. So what? A Castigator is $215 retail, and the new smaller knights, the Knight Questoris guys, are 194, and then the Knight Castellan box is 195. It's just such a ridiculous pricing scheme for those now. Oh, thank you, Florida. I appreciate it, and glad to have you here. We're just chatting about everything right now. Leap just asked about knights. So if you know anything about knights, feel free to put it in chat. We'll have a conversation. Ooh, you get to see my methodology for paint thinning. Avelios, you don't play your knights in you don't play your knights in Horse Heresy, do you? This live stream is sponsored by Fiji Water. Fiji Water, the optimally osmotically pressured water that you use for painting. Oops. Yeah, my point is that the price is pretty much the same. Like back when, I don't remember what the old price was, but back when there was a big difference in pricing between the Questoris knights and the okay. Nice. Yeah, see, I think the baby knights are pretty good. But yeah, the pricing is just kind of off the charts. Hey, did you use any of the Forge World ones? That's what Leap was specifically asking about. Just curious. Listen, that's fair. So we played a 40k game of my Astra Militarum against his knights, and it was went poorly for the Astra Militarum. They did not do well. Should redo that game at some point because I have a lot more tanks now. It might be better. But yeah, no. You're doing a lot of conversion work, right? Though, like I remember there being some, like on some of them, they were pretty heavily converted, so that takes time. Your problem is that every single model, you've got like a little bit of conversion or like a tide line on your tank or all sorts of stuff. Nice. Yeah, at some point, someday, probably not in 2026, but at some point I'm going to probably print myself a Warhound Titan. Not a Warhound. Yeah, Warhound Titan. I just like the idea of a Warhound with them. It's a shame they don't give us a buff to our leadership anymore, though. They did in second. It was pretty fun. Fair. I don't think anything wants to be in a fight with Terminators except maybe Terminators. They're pretty rough in this edition. I wish we had a good Terminator solution, but we just don't right now. Although I will say that Darkfire cannons are pretty good against them. They're just really expensive. All right. I'll set you aside. Yeah, your Emperor's Children are nuts. That's just crazy. That's just crazy talk. So he took his Emperor's Children, I think the Terminators, right? Where you didn't put the legs on them and then put the snake bottoms from the Daughters of Cain guys. Because why not? Why not double the price of your unit? But yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing them done someday. But yeah. Oh man, this looks so good. All right, this is definitely I'm doing my vehicles. I haven't even gotten the orange. So if you guys get into any color theory at all, one thing I like to do with my color theory is oh nice. Is not just vary the darkness and light, but vary the not do a good job at this because I'm not an art person. Vary the hue. So I go from my red goes from a purpley red to an orangey red. So we're moving the tone of the red in addition to the darkness and lightness, and that gives it a lot more depth to your kind of colors. Because then what happens is the cold purpley color contrasts with the orange color, kind of makes it accent a little bit more. I do the same thing with my orcs when I was painting orcs. You go from the teal green in the shadows to like a yellow green on the surface, and that gives you a lot more depth to your. It makes your highlights pop more in your. Yeah, I don't think I've seen them. Like I've seen pictures. I think you sent me a picture when you were doing conversions, but I've not seen any of your like completed models from them. Yeah, of course. Thanks. Take care. I got this piece of foam from something, and it's like the perfect sponging foam. And now I'm like realizing I'm going to have to really be careful about how fast I use it. Oh, nice. Great. Honestly, I'd forgotten about the Emperor's Children until you said something. It's got so many armies going on. All right. Rock and roll. Yeah, I would love to see some of your conversions on them. All right, I'm gonna really frustrate myself and do. I I want to do this. I'm going to do bronze on the trim on all this because I think it's going to tie in the army really well. So another unsolicited painting tip is to base, if you're using, I use warp block bronze as my lowest bronze. You definitely want to base coat your bronze in brown because the bronzes don't. On mine, I am currently working on Skitarii Marshal. Got him converted there with a Necron blade. And I need to get this guy done, my third Megos model, because it's that. I'll have to do all 16 Skitarii if I'm going to run the list that I want to run in 10 days. We'll see. And then right now I'm working on the Krios Venator things, which I don't know if you guys can see that very well. My camera's not the greatest, but I like the way that that's turning out. I'm just kind of nice. Yeah, so I like the Mechanicum Magos models for our stuff. It's really nice. But I have a game in, hopefully, have a game in a few, not this week, but next week. And so I want to get I'm going to run 16 Skitarii, the Skitarii Marshal, and the Triaros with them. It won't be good, but I'd like to try it and see how it works and just get a feel for them. And then at some point, Avelios and I have to play War Machine or Hordes. That's what I should do. I should just switch the channel to Hordes and War Machine content, but only third or second edition Hordes and War Machine content, not the new stuff. It's gonna mess with people. Yeah, I mean, there's like whole YouTubers who make their whole personality is crap. Can't do bronze because it's connected to the back. Can I? I think bronze is going to look so much better. Let me look at these tanks. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Yeah, so there's whole channels that do like second edition 40K stuff, like Minnesodes and stuff like that. They do great content. Just do second edition Hordes and War Machine content. It's gonna fake out this bronze in the back, I guess. How do you paint your flare shields? I kind of liked how James did his when he did the like really bright blue. I wonder if he has any pictures left. What are you painting, Flord? I tried undercoating these with the lead belcher spray. I think the lead belcher spray. That was a disaster. I think the Games Workshop metallic sprays are effective like 30% of the time. Way back during COVID. I look at an idiot trying to find stuff with his head down. My son and I did a project where we tried to paint a whole 40K starter box in 24 hours, which was pretty cool. Like, it was a really fun project. And I almost got mine done, which is pretty impressive. I did Death Watch. But he backed out like 2 hours in because he was painting Celestial Lions and Retributor Gold just all over his miniatures, and that was it. He was done because he was going to have to strip everything down, and they're still not painted. It's been 6 years. Missing my blade. Where's my razor blade? I realized I missed a spot of flashing, and I want to catch it while I'm thinking about it. But also, I'm apparently very poorly organized tonight. Screw it. I want to put a new blade on something. Oh, there it is. If I put stuff away, I don't know where it is. It's in a drawer. Do you guys still lick your brushes? Or is that just a thing that my generation does? I feel like all the cool Instagram painters I see are using wet palettes and being professional. Yeah, and you're young, so I don't feel too bad. Gotta come up with some videos to do for this week. I do not, and I have not ever used a wet palette. I bought one. I bought the stuff to make one and put it together, and I couldn't, I don't know. Too advanced of a technique for me. Fancy wet palette users, airbrush users. I put airbrush is right alongside reacting back into your transports. My hierarchy of things. I'm kidding, of course, but kind of. These glasses are a game changer, by the way. If anybody's thinking about getting a pair, I wouldn't get this set because it kind of sucks. It's got to be really tight around your head. But my God, I can see everything. Every little piece of dust, every brush stroke. I recently had to get progressive lenses. This is just very helpful. I guess I should hold this under the light so I can see what I'm doing. What else do we want to talk about? Oh no. Mistake. Yeah, I'm not a fan of slap chop either. I mean, yeah. It is what it is. We've talked about this off camera. I would rather have people slap chop their miniatures than put unpainted stuff on the table, though. So I will say that. And I know that not everybody likes painting. So if it gets your stuff painted, do it. But it's not great. I feel the same way about when people do theme stuff. Like if you do like, no, I don't hate you. No. Look, we've okay. So this is. I know you're joking. We've had this conversation. Hang on. I'm gonna pause and nose. You and I have had this conversation, but let's have this conversation on stream. So everybody engages with this hobby in different ways, vastly different ways. My son, who is 20, who'll be 23 pretty soon, he loves this hobby. He loves the painting and gaming and all that stuff. Unfortunately, I can't get him to play Horse Heresy, but that's neither here nor there. But his way of engaging in the hobby is to, like, his perfect engagement would be to paint up a whole bunch of miniatures that match and paint up a whole bunch of terrain that matches the miniatures and create this giant diorama and set it all up and look at it and take some pictures of it and then take it down. And that would be it. He would be completely content doing that. He wouldn't need to play a game or roll any dice. I mean, he likes to roll dice and role play too. But like he would be totally content with that. And he like I know because he does it. Like he just sets things up and takes a look at it. And we played a game at his apartment one time, and it was this huge, gigantic siege, and he had built this whole castle with it, and all these skeletons, and everything matched and looked great. And like he was happy to just set it up and then let us play on the board and then take it all down. Yeah. So I point that out because I think most of us who would consider ourselves gamers would be really, really upset if we set up a game with somebody and they showed up and we spent an hour setting up the game and making this beautiful board and setting up all this intricate terrain and all this stuff. And then they took pictures and started packing up their miniatures and went home. Like I think a lot of us would be pretty upset by that. But for some people, my son included, that would be a completely reasonable experience. And so and I share this because it's been an epiphany to me, and like thinking about using my glasses and thinking about like how other people engage with the hobby, and how diverse it can be. So like you, Avelios, do way more conversion work than I would ever do on any of my models. And that's part of the hobby for you. And I paint very fast. I try and keep things simple and look good, and make things look a certain way. And you just default to very complicated, very intricate paint schemes that I would rip my hair out about. you know, and it's fine. I'm not you know I like you. We're not gonna I'm not gonna gatekeep anybody's way that they engage with this hobby, except for the people that buy the boxes and put them in a closet. I will gatekeep against that. Um, no, I'm just kidding. If that's what you if that's what you enjoy, enjoy it. You probably spend way more money on Games Workshop stuff than I do. You probably keep the company afloat for me, so appreciate that. Um, but yeah, everybody's got their own thing, and I think if we all just understood that a little bit better, there'd be a lot less sort of internal fighting. But again, like you know this story, the other people in chat don't, or people that might watch this later. Um, I had a game against someone in 40K. This is ninth edition, I think. Um, and they brought like a really, really brutal list into what was essentially a league game. They were playing Dark Angels and had like um, the Lion and a bunch of really, really tough stuff. And just curb stomped me. And afterwards, I had a conversation with him, and I was like, "Hey, listen, like it's worth mentioning. Like this is a narrative league, not a like competitive league. So maybe like have a conversation with your opponent next game to just let them know that you're playing a really competitive list." And they accused me of gatekeeping, which is kind of fun. Uh, so yeah, I just want to be really careful about gatekeeping people. It's not a character flaw. It's what you like. It's no. It's look. It's if we do this to be happy, and if it makes you happy to do your crazy complicated schemes and your crazy conversions and stuff, like, dude, by all means, whatever makes you happy. Yeah. I like I said, I try and be really accepting. The only one that I don't really get, and again, this isn't against anybody, is the like I'm gonna paint My Little Pony themed Space Marines or something. Like that's definitely not my flavor. A number of the people I follow on Instagram, because I recently went on an Instagram binge and followed a bunch of female content creators, specifically because I'm trying to get some diversity in my feed. Um, and a number of those, for whatever reason, are doing just kind of weird themes that I'm not into, but it's fine. Somebody in my old Age of Sigmar group did a SpongeBob themed Nurgle army, which I did not like at all. But I don't have to like it. To be fair, I had a beach themed Nurgle army where everybody was on vacation and the Nurglings were all surfing. So I had sunbathing Nurglings on the Glotking's base. Yeah, I rant a lot too. I'm sorry. I was just taken aback. Like I didn't mind getting my butt kicked. It happens a lot. It was just the notion that I was somehow gatekeeping him because I was talking to him about competitive stuff. I get that a lot. I don't know if I'm a magnet for it because you were there for the game against the guy with the Necrons. That was a mess. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll rant to you in the future. It's nature of the beast, I think. Yeah, man, that was a rough game too. That was especially because I literally said at the beginning, I was like, I'm just gonna bring a casual themed list. And dude shows up with frickin' Hypercrypt and what, 2 Catan? Also, like, as an aside, I've been playing Chaos Space Marine since 4th edition? Yeah. 4th edition, right? I've been playing this game since 2nd edition. So I would say I'm a veteran player. If you can sit down and fucking curb stomp a veteran player, like absolutely curb stomp them, and it's the very first game you've ever touched that army at all, there's something wrong with the army. Like, that's just not the way the game should work. That's not the way a game should work. There should be a learning curve, but if you just put your models on the board and auto win, that's pay to play. And yep. All right. That's all the way around that one. To be fair, I don't know that guy knew. I don't know that he understood what he was doing. Like, maybe that's just me giving everyone the benefit of the doubt, and I shouldn't do that. But that's how I end up single on Valentine's Day, by the way. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he knew how egregious that was. I think a lot of those people, they watch battle reports, they watch the competitive stuff, they see what people are playing, and then they just mimic that. And then, yeah, they don't know. I mean, it's Games Workshop's fault in a way because they don't, I mean, I don't know if it was, I could go get my rule books and look when it disappeared, but I want to say in like 8th or 9th edition, there was a section in the core rulebook that talked about 3 ways to play. They were on that for a while because they did it in Sigmar a lot too, where they were like, there are 3 ways to play. You can play competitive, narrative, or casual, I think, where there are like 3 ways. And they've really backed away from that in 40K. Probably need more Warp Block Bronze at some point. Yeah, their 40K stuff has moved hard away from that to the point where I don't even know that there's sections like that in the 40K book right now in 10th edition. They definitely haven't released anything except for like 10,000 worlds at the end of the edition. 10,000 worlds, 500 worlds. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think people understand it. I think who else had that problem? The Voton player, I think his name is Matt. The Voton player who played Voton in the league and then played World Eaters in the future. Like the very first game I played against him, I wanted to punch him. I was like, "You are a dick." And then I played my Imperial Guard into his World Eaters in a breakthrough game. And we decided at the beginning that like obviously the World Eaters are trying to break through. And that was one of the best games I had that league. Like it was just fun. I got my butt kicked, but it was just and he just didn't know. He just didn't know that there were these other ways to play or how to do them. I think Killy is the same way. You could correct me. I think you know Killy better than I do. But he often gets into really competitive situations, and I don't think it's intentional. I think he's just playing the way the game is written. I mean, he also plays Necrons and Custodes, so take that or leave it. Oh no, I missed a spot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, it's a board game, right? Like the power levels are all supposed to be equal, and like nothing is really overpowered. And I haven't played in a long time, so there's that. But I think that is more of a rock paper scissors situation than an actual like balance situation, right? Like you can rock paper scissors balance where like everything has a weakness, everything fails against something else. And so in that situation you are balanced, right? But the idea that we can, we can think about it like a spectrum where like chess is sort of like perfectly balanced, or about as perfectly balanced as you could be for a game. And I don't know, like a role playing game is like maybe unbalanced. And yeah, it's much more. It's not like you can't bring just anything intent and hope to win. You have to bring certain units. You have to avoid certain units. And while the army might be balanced, the game is not balanced. Like it's not, it's just not balanced. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I did not. That's the Maddie that's on the. Okay. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I'm sorry for misgendering her. That's like half our group now, right? Like we're like, is that like our third or fourth person? It's amazing. It's amazing. I love our local group. We have some amazing people, and I didn't know. I have not seen them since not seen her since the like. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I've not seen her since that second thing. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Brenda, I mean, I guess Brenda's not in our group though. And we definitely have some people who are gender non-conforming that are like come in different yeah come in different types of outfits. Yeah, yeah, we've got a nicely diverse group. I like it. Except for Sam. Screw that person. I'm just kidding. You need like a next league should be gender non-conforming people against gender conforming people. I'm kidding, but that would be funny. I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously it's not that high because we have like what 300 people in the group. But in terms of like active people that I have interacted with, it's got to be pretty high. It's definitely higher than like societal averages. Trans people are like 0.1% of the population. Yeah, no, it's really high in our active players, which is kind of fun. I'm gonna take this off because it's killing my head. Yeah, I saw somebody that it was like a post on Instagram about their D&D group and how their D&D group is 50-50 men and women, but there's been no change in the roster, which is great. Love it. This is looking good. I'll put some pictures up on Instagram then. Liking it. Not sure what to do. I don't know if you saw or you posted. I missed it. How do you paint your flare shields? Do you just paint them metal? I'm thinking about doing gold for mine, but I don't know if that's going to be too much with the copper or the bronze. It's a lot of warm colors all next to each other. But if I did purple, or sorry, if I did purple, if I did gold on the flare shields, and then I did like teal on the little balls, that might really contrast well with the red. Oh yeah, no, it's yeah. You're the only one I know that's painting flare shields. So, but if anybody else is painting flare shields, let me know what you paint your flare shields. I can't talk. I'm having a seizure. So much trim. I like that I'm putting. Oh no, I got paint where I didn't want it. No. I like that I'm putting so much work into the Venator shield, and I'm not probably going to run Venators ever. Not in third. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll take a look at it. Is anybody running the Krios Venators? I'm curious. It's a the Krios is a fast vehicle or rapid vehicle, right? So you can rush and shoot, and you can rush plus 4 inches, I think, when you move. I'll double check in a second. And I mean you're snap firing, but it doesn't matter because it's a 5-inch freaking AOE, so it's going to hit anyway. Nice. I actually know what I'm going to do. I have, well, if it's still good, I have this cool teal metal paint somewhere. I'm gonna do that. I think that'll look good. Um. Anyway, Krios. Oh, they're rapid vehicles, right? So you move really fast, like that's the thing, and you can like make them even faster. And then they don't get the Venators is heavy firepower, so like it kind of doesn't make sense to like run the Venator because it doesn't want to move. Also, it really bothers me that Paragon of Battle and Paragon of Metal don't make a unit Paragons. Rules. Rapid. It's 6 inches. So you can move Krios 23 inches in a turn and still shoot, which seems cool. Oh, nice. Yeah. No, I like that. It's a lot. See, you make everything harder on yourself. That's your problem. His flare shields are what, 3 different colors? The gold, the blue, and the green. And they look good. They look good. Can't argue with it. But I'm sitting here like, maybe I'll do 2 colors on one. It does look good. It does look good. I can't argue with. I can't argue with the results. Oh, goddamn, this red looks good. You guys are my captive audience. So I'm going to tell you this story. I might have told you this story, Phyllis. I grew up thinking that my favorite color was green for like my whole life. And it wasn't until I got into my 40s when I was like going through a lot of stuff and divorce and a lot of therapy and trying to discover who I was. And I realized that, so bear with me, in 3rd edition, I played a red Eldar army. And when I played War Machine, I played Khador, which is a red faction. I built a red army for my orcs in Age of Sigmar. I played a Roman army, built a whole Roman army for historicals, which are red. I'm trying to think of what else. The orcs. There's another Age of Sigmar army that was red. Word bearers, which are red. Anyway, bottom line is I realized red is my favorite color, and that's why I keep freaking painting armies. You're mad. You're mad. That's, yeah. This is why it takes you 3 years to paint a tank. Because I got bad news. I'm not going to be able to paint these up and get my Skitarii done. I don't think in a week. Maybe I'll just paint all the tanks and just bring Macrotech stuff. This bronze is the bronze trim is what's gonna kill me. It looks good, but by God, it's a lot. I feel like Mechanicum vehicles should be more like utilitarian. That's fair. That's fair. We need to do another doubles tournament. I'm just kidding. I'm don't panic. But just to get you to paint stuff. We did win best sportsman, so we'll say that. We were good sports. I know. I know. Go ahead, tell chat how many NID armies you have, because that's 300 NIDs for your second NID army. Yeah, no, that's fine. No, follow the dopamine. You haven't been feeling third edition very much. I like how, like, in second edition, because I feel the same way in a way. Like, I was a lot more invested in the game in second, even though my army was arguably much worse. Like, I like third edition, all right, but yeah. Yeah, it's craziness. That's nuts. Therapy has got to be cheaper than 2 whole high fleets. I'm terrified I'm gonna have like paint on my finger and put it on one of these surfaces. Jesus. You could do like an apocalypse game against yourself. You have much more patience than I do because I would just end up selling stuff, which is probably what I'm going to do with the word bearers here soon. Even though Sam told me I could never do that. I'll keep all my stuff that I can run in 4th edition games. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, but like 60% of that points is just your tanks. They're so cheap. The Solar Ox guys are so cheap. It's a lot of points, though. Did you ever find anybody to get the new Corsair captain off of you? No, okay. So one, I will still have Imperial Guard. So, and two, I am gonna keep the infantry, the base infantry guys. I don't know. I'm just not feeling it anymore, and I don't think 11th is going to fix anything. And I honestly, I really enjoy Horse Heresy. Like, I'm really enjoying the models and the game. I feel like the pace of the models coming out is something I can manage reasonably. Like, I definitely want a second Scutari box now that I've kind of started to put stuff together. So that's annoying. But after the Scutari, like, the only other thing that's going to come out is the Myrmidons, right? Probably for at least until the fall. I doubt that anything else is going to come out. So, like, that's a pace I can handle. The 40K pace, even for chaos stuff, is just I just can't keep up, and I feel like I don't know. Like I would want the new Warp Talons and the new Raptors. I would want the new Mutilators, even though I don't really like them. I'd want the new Defiler, right? The Pirates are great. You know, that's like a whole other army. I don't need 6,000. No offense, I don't need 6,000 points worth of Chaos guys though. Like, so I'm gonna pare it down and focus on Mechanicum. Get my Imperial Guard painted. Plus, if I do second edition Imperial Guard, the original Catachan stuff that I want to do, then which I have some here and show it off to the stream. So I've got like these are works in progress, but I've got like the old Catachan Lieutenant and the Ratlings and those guys. I'm gonna have to rebase this, but yeah, so that was the very first 40K army I ever bought was Imperial Guard with Catachan Jungle Fighters, and decided I want to rebuild some of that, so I will, and then I'll be able to play that with you in 4th and 5th edition. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, again, everybody engages in their hobby their own way. Like, I've had a Catachan army, a Destroyan army, an Imperial Fists army, Eldar, Chaos Space Marines, sold those Chaos Space Marines, Orcs. The Orc army was hilarious. That was 120 boys in the the knob bikes. It was a freaking hilarious army. Then didn't play for a while. Had Death Watch twice. Chaos Space Marines again. Imperial Guard again. Yeah. It's been a lot. But I always sell them. That's my thing. Paint them, play with them a while, sell them, buy more stuff. I don't think I'm going to sell the Mechanicum. I really like them. I played Convergence. How deep are you into the War Machine thing? I played Convergence and War Machine, and I feel like Mechanicum kind of has those vibes. So, like that. How long do you guys want to go? Do I keep talking? I'll keep painting until I get these guys these done. Didn't realize it was almost 10. It's kind of crazy. All right, so here is the question. Do I finish the bronze or do I test the color on the flare shields? I think I finished the bronze first. I'll come back and play with flare shields later. All right, we have Castellax bronze. What's that? Sycorax bronze? What's Sycorax? What's that a reference to? I could do copper instead of gold. I'm going to do copper. What's better base for copper? The Real Lord Brass Oh, of course. Thank you, Bane Chain. I'm glad to have you here, and happy that the videos are helpful. When you guys say stuff like that, like I'm not good at receiving praise, but I really appreciate it because it's a good reinforcement. That's what I want. Because yeah. Oh, that's fair. No, that's completely fair. So how do I feel about so the short answer is I played one game of Warhammer 40,000 in 2020 or no, sorry. No, two games in 2025. They were both part of a charity event. The Toys Firefighters for Kids was the charity. And I only did it because it was a charity event. If they would have had the Horse Heresy version, I would have played Horse Heresy instead. I do not like 10th edition. I'm sure Evelios can chime in as well because I think he's also kind of done with 10th. I haven't played Age of Sigmar 4th edition, but I have an army over my shoulder right there. I have dark elves, which are fun. Like the paint scheme was really fun. I did watercolor essentially. I did all washes over white, so it was all layering things like watercolor. It was basically like a whole experimental paint design. But so I played Age of Sigmar's first edition, which was really fun. My son and I got into it. We actually were playing War Machine and Hordes at the time, and they went from second to third, and we saw the writing on the wall. And so we went and we bought I played, there's another Red Army, Khorne. I played Khorne in Age of Sigmar. So we went and we bought the Stormcast and Khorne little starter box that was super cheap. It came with like 5 Khorne guys and like 3 Stormcast. Started playing. That group was really great. They're actually the group that basically runs Roundtable Games in Dublin. And then they went to second edition, Age of Sigmar, and that was fine. It was not fun though. It got really competitive. And then we went to third edition Age of Sigmar, and we were like, "Nah, we're not feeling it anymore." So we both quit. Anyway, I say all that to say that when we went to fourth edition Age of Sigmar, I got really excited again. It was like, hopefully this will be good and playable. And I actually broke my guys out and downloaded the rules and started to learn to play and did not even I guess I played against my son in a game. And that was it. I was done. I was like, this is just not so but yeah, I don't know. So like I think I haven't played Old World. I would like to play Old World, maybe with my Dark Elves sometime. But yeah, I think 40K is in a bad spot right now. It's not fun to play. It's very competitively focused. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their design mentality is with it. But yeah, if anybody else has thoughts, share them. But yeah, it's sad because I like 40K in the universe. Obviously, I like the lore and stuff. Generally, but yeah, they've just been kind of so. First edition AOS was very much a sandbox. It was like just bring what you want, play what you want. It was super narrative focused. The world was new. Actually, my son and I were talking about starting a podcast. We were going to call it Fluff Bunnies, and the whole theme of the podcast was going to be every week we would come up with a new themed Age of Sigmar army. So like Sylvaneth, but Sylvaneth that had we're from Akshi, and we're all, so when a volcano occurs, the lava can wrap around trees and like fossilize the trees. So like they were all fossilized trees, and but with fire and magma inside them, and just every week come up with a new, different idea for an army that you could do with Age of Sigmar that would be a different realm and a different concept, and just kind of like thinking outside the box with it. Yeah, and so like another one that we thought, because a lot of stuff was happening. Actually, you could have a zombie army, an undead army, but all the undead guys are like the Pompeii, like people in like Ash. But yeah, so that was, I mean, that was Age of Sigmar 1.0. It was just like whatever you want. It's so huge. Like the whole all the lore had basically happened in like one area of Garan and one area of Akshi, and everything else was fair game. And so you could do anything, and you could dream anything, and you could build anything. And the game wasn't balanced, but it was fun. It wasn't competitive at all. And then, so to answer your question, so going to second edition, it became much more. I think second edition is when they brought in the Giants and the new Daughters of Cain and the new Flesh Eater Courts were all hugely problematic. So the Flesh Eater Courts had a thing where they could fight twice. The Daughters of Cain had a thing where you could fight twice. The Stormcast got a thing where you could shoot twice. So there were games, unless you were playing one of those lists, that you would just sit there with your thumb up your butt watching people play the game and just picking your models up off the board, which is it's not fun. That's not a fun way to play. Giants were just massively problematic when they came out. The Gargants were like they were just so unbalanced. They just pick units up by the dozen. Yeah, it just wasn't the type of game that I wanted to play. And like I stuck it out through second edition. And then when third edition kind of rolled around, I was just like, I'm just not feeling it. It's just not the type of game I want to play. And so I got into 40K, and that was 8th edition, I think. Yeah, kind of the end of very, very end of 8. It was during COVID that we started doing 40K stuff. But yeah, I agree with Avelios. I think Horse Heresy game-wise currently is probably the best game system. But I haven't played Old World, so I can't speak to that at all. But yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, like, sometimes companies really freaking nail their shit, and early second edition Age of Sigmar was probably peak Age of Sigmar, like right after the edition dropped, before the Giants and the Daughters of Cain and those other guys came out. And then second edition War Machine, probably peak War Machine. Those are probably the two best games I've ever played, honestly. Fourth edition 40K was pretty good. And I'm sure 5th edition was good. I played Eldar in 4th edition, and so when the new codex came out, when the new edition came out, like 2 or 3 of the Eldar rules just went away. And it just felt really bad. I don't know that 5th edition was bad. It felt bad. And then Avelios has heard the story. We played an apocalypse game with a bunch of people. This is before I came into the store, so I play it now. We had an apocalypse game, and in the apocalypse game, everybody was friends who was playing, and we We sat down, we started playing, and by the end of the game, we didn't finish the game. Yeah, friendships were ended, armies were sold, the community basically exploded. People stopped talking to each other. Like it was a thing. It was a whole thing. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like it ended like that, but I stopped playing after that because I was like, this isn't what. Yeah, yeah. People got really upset about stuff. I mean, it's apocalypse. Like you're supposed to. All your shit dies. Like that's just the way of it. Like it's apocalypse. But people got really upset. I think part of it might have been, and I don't know. Like I don't know what was happening in people's minds and communities and things like that. But I think part of it was that a few people were building, like had like special expensive Forge World stuff, and other people had like scratch built stuff. And this is way before 3D printing. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't that they sold their armies. We're talking about people with multiple armies that were multiple thousands of dollars, and they left the table and they sold everything and never played 40K again. Like, yeah, it was really, really bad. And I was kind of in the middle of the table. And it was people that were like catty corner, like across the table. I think that were like the big egregious people. But yeah, so I was just like, I don't know. Like I remember because I only had one thing on the board. I was playing Chaos Space Marines, and I had a Nurgle theme. This is before Death Guard was a thing. Had a Nurgle themed Chaos Space Marine army because I was microbiology was one of my majors, and so all of my characters were sort of like themed after that. Those ideas, and I had built one of the apocalypse units that the Death Guard could bring were siege towers, and you could put like 50 Terminators in the siege tower. So I had like 20 Terminators in the siege tower. And I was just pushing it across the board, hoping to get out and just like go after a Titan or something. And yeah, the answer is I don't know what happened. So the guy that was I'm in the middle of the table. The guy that was across the table from me to my right was the guy who sold everything afterwards. He got so mad that he sold everything. And then the guy that was as far to my left, I think, and keep in mind this is like 5th edition, so like it's a long time ago now. I don't think he ever played again. I know that Ross, who was at that table, I don't think he ever played again. Yeah, it was just people got really salty about stuff being picked up off the table and losing their models, and it's apocalypse. Like the damage is off the charts with that stuff, and sometimes your Titan just dies. Yeah, the answer is I don't know because I wasn't like I was just this little dude with my little unit of Nurgle guys trying to get across the board and not die. Yeah, it's probably better. And there's some other stuff going on at that time. I don't really want to go into it on the stream. But there's some probably like not okay stuff going on off the thing. Yeah, it's like I said, I walked away from that game and I didn't play 40K again until 8th edition. So because I was just like, nope, I'm done. It's, no, yeah, all of our apocalypse style stuff have all been pretty good. I think some of the 40K Apocalypse stuff has gotten a little. We had that one game with the guy with the Reaver Titan who got a little, yeah, but that wasn't bad. That was just somebody being a little bit too competitive in a charity event. You were there. I know that you, because you had all your Tyranids out on the one side. Yeah. I mean, listen, he 3D printed it. It looked good. Like, kudos to him for bringing it and coming out to the event and stuff. It just and like nothing bad was. I don't. I've never seen this guy before, and I don't think I've seen him since. He was splitting his fire among, like, he would shoot one gun at one unit and then shoot another gun at the other unit and like decide if he was going to split his fire after he knew what was happening, which is kind of feels batty, but I don't think he understood that like genuinely. It was at the end when we were like basically like everybody won, like we played and we had fun and like we don't need to have a winner to this event. And he was like, no, we need to total up the points. And yeah, no, and it's like then he had to like add up all the points of what everybody killed to see who was the winner. And it's like, honestly, like, do we have to? Do we have to add up the points? I don't think we have to add up the points. I don't think it matters who wins. It's a charity event. But if that's the worst that we get, I'm fine with that. Totally okay with that. I like in the grand scheme of things. I'll take that. I need some more Castellax bronze too. Gosh darn. Paint's gonna bankrupt me, man. Paint all this stuff. It really it can be. Yeah. 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 I don't understand, like, part of it is probably my own mental, like, how I'm wired. I'm not a competitive person. Um uh so I don't really necessarily understand always when people are like trying to be competitive and like why that's really important to them. But, oh, on the Age of Sigmar thing, competitive, we had a guy in our Age of Sigmar group. So this will show you how bad Age of Sigmar was in second edition, towards the end of second edition. I guess like mid second edition on. We had a guy who was playing Daughters of Cain, really nice guy, like nothing wrong with the human being that was piloting the army. But the army was so egregiously overpowered that people literally started refusing to play against him. And he had to sell the army because he couldn't get games in. And he ended up playing, I think he played Iron Jars for a while. But yeah, that's the level of like just how bad, how profoundly unbalanced second edition was for Age of Sigmar. Yeah, you win a lot. It's not a fun. I mean, Avelius has the same problem with their Solar Auxilia in third edition, kind of. Um, it's not fun when you feel like you have to pull punches or like you can't put your stuff on the table and have it be a fair game. Like, it's I don't know. But there were several armies like that in Age of Sigmar second edition that were just kind of off the charts, man. Just don't know what they were thinking. Like, You do it. It's fine. You do it. I guess with Age of Sigmar, sorry, had to stop that. One of the big problems with this, with the like, I can do 2 activations in a turn thing, is that then you could double turn, right? So I could be playing Flesh Eater Courts, and in my combat phase, the bottom of the turn, I could melee you and then melee you again. So now I've had 2 melees in a row, and you've had 1. And then I win the double turn, and then I melee twice again. And so over the course of essentially two back-to-back turns, I could do melee 4 times. And if I wipe one of your units, you don't get to roll anything. And so, like, there were games I would just sit there and just watch my opponent play, and like, absolutely not. My time is way too valuable to sit there and have that experience. But you should run 12 basilisks. You should run 12 basilisks and medusas in the next Thanksgiving game. That's what you should do. How many do you have now? You have 3 of each right now, right? You have 6 of each. Okay, so you just, yeah, I thought you had 3 of each. What I need to do is get you a Magos model. To Magos model, put a Cognis Signum on him. Then you can Cognis Signum that crap. I think it's just the next attack, though. I don't think it's every single one. Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah, don't do that. Don't buy 12 tanks for the memes. Especially if you're not playing the game. If you were really into the game, I'd understand, but you're kind of soured on it right now. I don't know how to read these books. Where's the board here? There we go. Cognis Signum. Yeah, Cognis Signum is just the next one. So unless you can put your Medusas in yeah, have the like, what's it called? I don't know what the group is that does the like the like custom rules. Have they released Xenos rules yet? I'm sure they have. Panoptica, yeah. Have they done that yet? I'd play against your Xenos. I mean, I'd be happy to do that. I think that'd be fun. Honestly, I'd be more interested in that than I would be in a game against Space Marines. I get so tired of playing Space Marines. Everybody has freaking Space Marines. So here's a question for you guys, for the 3 of us. But if somebody watches this later, they can. Yeah, no, I think it's great. So this is my question. Okay, so would you play if they released a Heresy expansion that was the Great Crusade? Would you play that? Because I would freaking play that game. So same rules as Heresy essentially, but just Great Crusader. I'd play that game, and it would be really easy for him to do. Like, yeah, no, I think it's money on the table. I think that they could make tons of money off that game. It'd be so easy to write. It would literally just be, these are the Legion rules that you work. These are the Legion rules that don't work. And then introduce a bunch of Xenos and like humans that are not like just do militia style rules with like Solar Aux. So like you have the Solar Aux base rules, and then the militia subtype rules. And like you can pick and match and be like, these are humans from this world and this is what they have. But yeah, it's the I mean they can't spacefarer anymore, but the guys on Murder, the bugs, but yeah, and they wouldn't have to release a lot of like, I don't even think you'd have to release models. I mean, you could, it'd be great. And then you could like have Xenos, you could have a few Xenos from the books that you release, right? Like, but then you can just like not, you could just like play with it and just have some fun with it and not have to produce models for everything. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see HUD models, right? But like on the other hand, I wouldn't want to see Rangdon models. But like in terms of so like most of the Great Crusade is just beating the crap out of humans. And so like if they did it and they had and they were just like, listen, just use like what the Van Sire models for this guy, or use like use squats for these people, or like whatever, like just have some fun with it, just play with different. Yeah, I think it's money on the table. They could sell that, and they need to get back to this point where they realize that if they're selling models for conversions, they're still selling models. And I think that we're starting to see it with some of the Horus Heresy stuff, because we saw it with like the bone pickers where they're like, hey, yeah, go ahead and do this, or the militia guys were like, go ahead and build this. But yeah, if they were just like, hey, these guys kind of look like Tyranids, except they're covered in armor, like metal armor, like buy Tyranid models and convert them, like fucking great. Like sell Avelios a third Tyranid army. Yeah, stuff like that. It's like just the one place that they're at the very beginning of Horse Rising, is they almost certainly fought Necrons in the Great Crusade, by the way, which is why I want to steal one of those Necron heads from your guys. But so sorry, what am I saying? Oh, in Horse Rising, I think there's they fight people and they have like AI robots, but they're made out of glass. Like, holy crap, dude, that would be such a cool model. Just like have a weird kit with like weird bits that you can just like toss in to upgrade stuff. Like, that'd be awesome. You could have so much fun. Don't get caught up in representing everything. Just give people like a base kit that they can build off of, and yeah, I don't know. Why am I doing copper? I wasn't going to do copper. Let me see if I have this blue. I don't know if I have it anymore. There it is. Gunmetal blue. This paint is as old as you guys are. Let's see if it's so good. Yeah, also, speaking of bits that for conversions, I don't want to get up and show you my butt. It's not here. Oh, here it is. I just want to point out, I didn't know this when I bought the kit, but there are this is the sprue for the I don't know if you guys can see this. Probably can't see it. Oh, let's do it this way. Is that better? That's probably not better. Yes, no, that's this is back. I'm gonna do it back here, and we'll pretend you can see it. If I turn this on. Yeah, it's not good. Anyway, this is the Scutari sprue, and there are Mechanicum broken bits on here that are great for Mechanicum basing. There's 2 of them on each sprue. There's one that's like a piston piece. Not sure what it's supposed to be. And the Marshall has a Thalaxy head on his base, and then the other one is a Castellex. No, an Ursarax claw, which is pretty cool. I like the addition of like broken stuff. Yeah, I listen. I'm telling you, like it's money on the table. If they were like great Crusade game, same rules as Horus Heresy, so you don't buy a new core rulebook. It's all the same there. Most of your levers are the same. We're just going to release like an additional supplement for like playing the different human factions. And then like one or two real simple kits. And then even further, just throwing it out there, they could do the same thing for the scouring. The scouring books are coming out. They could put out some scouring missions and continue that story with the scouring books. And this is gonna. Oh, that's great. I have plenty of it in here. I was very worried that was dried up. But yeah, they could just make money. Just print freaking money at that point. They wouldn't have to keep releasing new Primarchs. What do we think? What do you think is the next big Horus Heresy release that we're going to see? I don't think we know what the next book is, right? In relevance to Horus Heresy. 1,000 years later. Yeah, I would love to see Ogren. War of the Beast is 1,000 years after the Scouring. And at the time of War of the Beast, all the Primarchs are gone. Oh, that looks so good. Yeah, I hope that you get your Ogren. I mean, not for your wallet's sake, but you can go start donating plasma. Get some Ogren. No nids for the War of the Beast and Scouring. So okay, I mean, I don't think you really do the lore. So as a note, the Emperor almost certainly encountered Tyranids. There's some hints that he encountered Tyranids early, and there are some hints that the great Kraken that Lehman of the Russ fought is a Tyranid, um, a left like a Tyranid that got left behind and is like separate from the hive mind and stuff now. And so there are definitely Tyranids active at the time. The Hive Fleet though wasn't aware of things until the Pharos stuff happened. Speaking of, I am reading that mini trilogy of, and I'll probably do a video on this in the future, which is kind of like mini series books that aren't like traditional books that are put together. I guess I should lean this way. But the one I'm reading now is The Unremembered Empire, Pharos, and then Belisarius Call the Great Work, because those three books are the same story, like the same feature. And so you can kind of put together these like trilogies of things that seem maybe a little bit less related, but are actually pretty related. But yeah, so the Tyranids were definitely active in the galaxy during the Horus Heresy. They just weren't as like you know, ominous as they were. Like I said in the Carcharodon video, I'm pretty sure, I mean, there's no way that we'll ever find out, but I would guess that that was like the Emperor's like plan for some of the Space Marine legions was, you know, if you look at like the Lion or like, not the Lion, sorry, Angron or like Kurz and his legion, like what do you, honest question, like what are you planning on doing with those guys when the crusade is over? And sending them into the void to fight Tyranids is a pretty decent option, to be honest. And you know, you send a couple 100,000 Space Marines into the path of a Tyranid Hive fleet. I feel like you're probably going to divert it or stop it. Yeah, it would be exciting. But yeah, I'd love to see some stuff like that. When I read the yeah, again, like Catachan Devils are meant on that. I still haven't found out when Catachan was discovered. I'm trying to find evidence of it in a book, and there's no mention of like were they around during the Great Crusade. But anyway, yeah. So when I read the War of the Beast stuff, a lot of the stuff that I came away from War of the Beast and Bad Ab War, honestly, you could have you could get rid of Horse Heresy as like a standalone property. And you could have, so I don't know if you could know this, but there used to be a game called Warhammer Ancient Battles. And Warhammer Ancient Battles was historicals, but with the Warhammer Fantasy rules. So obviously no magic, but that's the first war game I ever played was Warhammer Ancient Battles. And I actually have the copy of it here because my son got it for me for Christmas one year and painted up a bunch of Vikings for me so we could play. But I could see a Warhammer 40,000 like historical rule set, like a core rule set that's historical stuff, and then from there have the Horse Heresy, the Scouring, the Great Crusade, Bad Ab War, all as their own like supplements in there. Yeah, again, I think that's just money on the table. I think that they could do it. And then what they could do with that is push all the like tactical squads and rhinos and firstborn stuff into that line. And then if you want to run them in 40K, you can, but you know, they're not doubling up. Or it would be funny if they would make them. Yeah, they could do that too. What do you mean, like an Eldari, like a like a War of the Heavens type game? Yeah, no, I mean, they definitely could. You've not read the newest Belisarius Call book, have you, Abelius? Yeah, yeah. So in that book, they do a lot of War of Heaven stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't want to spoil anything if people are going to read it, but yeah, it's pretty good. It's good. The only one in that like whole, there's like 4 books that go together. The Great Work, Gene Father, Magos, Archmagos, and then in the Silent King fits in there. It happens before Archmagos, and the only book in that sort of mini series is that's a stinker is or the Silent King. The only one in there that's a stinker is the Silent King, and it's just not a good book. It's just there's sorry, I'll die on that hill. Yeah, no, so yeah, I mean Eldar gods are a whole thing, like their whole pantheon, and the Eldar lore is some of the best lore. Like I said, I used to play Eldar a long, long time ago. We had a forum back when there were forums instead of discords, called Tau Online. We'll see when if I upload this and people will actually watch it. They get this far. So Tau Online was the forum I was part of, and I was the Eldar person on that forum. Um, and me and a guy named Wargamer were the big Eldar players. We used to argue a lot. But yeah, I used to know all the Eldar lore, all the gods. They have really cool stuff. Hmm. And honestly, it would the models would look completely different than they do today, right? So like Warren Heaven's pre Slanesh, they have no gemstones on them, so no spirit stones. Completely different technologies. No aspect warriors. Yeah, it'd be a really neat army to kind of see. It would probably be a lot more like a high elves army than a sort of what you would consider to be modern Eldar. Probably like with really highly specialized guys, but not like aspect warrior specialized. Yeah, they do have the god paths. They're just not aspect warriors. They're just different from the thing. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Like you could definitely have some things. The even the Necrons are a little bit different in that. So but yeah, you get a Necrons, Eldari, Kork, Chikaro. Like you could have a lot of fun with it. And you wouldn't have to necessarily like spoil anything that we don't know because I wouldn't want that. But yeah. So I don't know if you guys can see the color there, but I went with the blue metal on the red, so that's pretty cool. I like the way it looks. It's just gonna take a couple coats. It's like a teal. Yeah. Quark are interesting. I don't know how big they're supposed to be. Um, the orc physiology and stuff is kind of all over the place. So if you're not familiar, in War of the Beast, should I spoil this? Hmm. Yeah, so I'm gonna spoil War of the Beast stuff, and these are big spoilers. So if you don't if you don't want the spoilers, pause or don't watch. Um, so there is a beast, but there's not just one. There are multiple beasts, and each beast is like an aspect of the different. Like there's an evil sun's beast. Um, there's a like each one of the what we consider the orc groups has their own sort of beast. That yeah, exactly. Um, but there is actually a beast, and he's massive. Like Vulcan's the biggest Primarch, and he's like massive compared to Vulcan. He basically curb stomps Vulcan. Um, he is not a Quark. He is the beast. We don't know how strong the beast is versus what Horus and the Emperor fought it at it'll come to me that world, what is now Armageddon. Um, so we don't know how big like that thing was, but we do know that Horus and the Emperor like basically the Emperor almost died fighting this thing, an orc. Um, so whether or not that was like beast sized, We don't know. But again, those aren't Krorks. So like how big is a Krork, right? If the biggest orcs are like curb stomping Primarchs and like taking the Emperor on, like what if we play a game where it's like War in Heaven? Do you just, is it like I have 5 Krorks in my army and there are this all the size of Gargants? Like that's terrifying. Yeah, it's how big are these things? Like, is a War in Heaven game more like a Imperialis scale? Yeah, I mean, it would be hella, and like they would have the highest technology. Like they just have these guns that do like ridiculous things. So you've got like this gargant-sized Krork with a gun that's just like gravitationally squishes everything it touches. Like I feel like it's almost an Imperialis style game that you'd have to run because there'd just be so many casualties all the time. Because again, the Necron weapons are like god tier weapons too. So, but yeah, it would be a fun thing to do. Like I think people would get behind it. Games Workshop's to hire us. We should do make their new game systems. Yeah, I think you're right. I think a small Krork is like a Thanatar size model. Now, if they had like the equivalent of Gretchen, you could do it. But yeah, they are. They're crushing it. Specialist Studio is where it's at, like honestly. And that says something about the business model, right? Of the game, in that like the hobbyists are like Specialist Studios where it's at, and I think that that's true for everyone. Even if you don't play Horse Heresy, you're probably playing Old World or Necromunders. I mean, even my son, who is a big anti-games workshop person and doesn't really like this style of war game at all, he's thinking about playing some Necromunda, and he has Blood Bowl stuff as well. So yeah, I agree that they're sort of like they're sort of where it's at. Um, so I don't know how big the Gretchen would be, right? Like what we don't know, like yeah, we just don't know what enough to know about the Krork to know if the Gretchen would still be big or small. Like maybe the Gretchen are just really, 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 maybe they're like Jakara level intelligence. They're small, but they're just way smarter than they are in 40K. But yeah, I think it says something about the hobby and the business model that like obviously the specialist game studio isn't like hurting for money. They're getting funded, and with that funding, they're just churning out outstanding products over and over and over again. Um, and the diversity of the players that are playing those games is way greater than those that are playing 40K. Um, so yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a good time. It's a good time to be a war gamer. Like I hope you guys know how good we have it. When I started playing, I bought my first army out of plastic bins at an electronics store because there was no such thing as a gaming store back then. And all of our games were played on like the floor of my friend's basement. Um, and like that has its own like it's kind of cool in its own, but yeah. Yeah, humans would be a horde army. Um, Humans would be really interesting because I'm pretty sure there was lore, and Avilios probably knows better because they're a Necron player, dirty Necron player. But I'm pretty sure that there was lore at one point that the pariah gene was basically weaponized by the old ones. Like, that was part of why they made humans, was because they could do the pariah gene and basically fuck over Necrons. I don't know how that does, but like it did. Yeah, it's I think this is peak time to be in this hobby. Like, there's if you don't like Games Workshop, that's fine. There are plenty of other games systems and companies out there um, that you can play and have fun. I think it's the same thing for RPGs. Like, this is the golden age of RPGs. Like, if you like role playing games, there's a role playing game for everything. Everything you could want. You want to play a role playing game where you're all a bunch of raccoons trying to drive and race cars? There's a role playing game for that. Like, it's wild. It's, by all means. Yeah. The only thing I would say about where we're at with hobbies and stuff is that, at least for Games Workshop stuff, my God, it's over designed. It's rough sometimes. I'm trying to think what I painted. Oh, I painted the Adamus Assassin, but it's not the Adamus Assassin. It's the old Rogue Trader Assassin that I've had for 30 years. And yeah, it's painting that model up was really fun. It was really nice. It was like there was no like yeah, Crash Panda is the game I was referencing. There's no there's just not a lot of detail, so you just kind of get to do what you want. Sorry, didn't catch that cough. Yeah, I think playing what your friends are playing is part of it. Are your friends playing Horse Heresy? Are you able to play that? Because you said that you prefer that in Old World to 40K. Yeah, it's just there's so much detail to some of these models, and you kind of can't avoid it, um, which is a bummer, because you don't have to always paint the detail. Um, I don't know. Like, again, there are aspects of the hobby that kind of get lost sometimes, which is it's fine, but it's kind of interesting to think about. So back when I did historicals, one way that people would paint historicals is they would base coat everything, you know, call all the base coats out, and then you would dip it in Minwax poly shades, because it's like a stain for wood, but it also has the sealant in it, and so you would seal and basically wash your models. And so you base coated everything, and then you dip them, and then you flock the bases, and you were done. And the point of that, now, if that sounds horrible, the idea was, if you're a historical gamer, you might put together like a whole army for one like big event. Like, you might be like, we're a Historicon, we're going to run this battle between the Romans and the Gauls, and so I need 1,000 Roman legionaries. We got to paint them by July, and so you just crank them out, and you don't want detail. And the spectacle isn't every single model is Golden Demon level. The spectacle is there's 1,000 Roman legionaries on the board. Like, that's what you're going for. And I do feel like, to some extent, we've lost that, because you can't. I mean, maybe with Old World you can do it, because some of those sculpts are pretty old. Um, but you can't do that in this. I mean, the tech thralls are the perfect example of over-engineered models. They're literal tech thralls. They're scum of the earth. Like, they're throwaway units that are not supposed to be on the board long. And there's so much detail on them that it's really overwhelming to paint them. And Avilio saw my fast painted tech thralls, they're not very good. They don't look good speed painted. And so when I finally do sit down to paint them, it's gonna be a project. Yeah, yeah, it's really fun to have a gorgeous army. It just, sometimes you just don't need that much detail. The old like Empire models are a good example of that. Those models look good. They kind of hold up more or less. Um, they're not perfect models, but they're pretty good. And yeah, they you probably get a lot of those painted pretty quickly. I'm gonna blow my nose again. Sorry. Turn off the audio. I appreciate your endorsement of my speed painted tech thralls. That's very nice of you to say. I don't like them. I think that they're not. Yeah. Oh my god. The freaking neck pieces, dude. There's like a neck piece for one of the sculpts that's like a little tiny itty bitty. Yeah. Most of my guys don't have that bit. I just didn't bother. Um, but yeah. What's the website that you sent me, Vilios? The Pile of Potential. I feel like on that I should get more credit for assembling tech thralls. Tech thrall should count as more for assembly. Not to brag, but is Agrax Shade of Clock, and that's original. It's original fucking Agrax Earth Shade recipe. This is the real deal here, boys. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I run out of my Agrax Earthshade stockpile. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit painting. All right. What brush do we want to use? That's fine. No, I think that's great. I think that's a good way to do it. My complaint with, I mean, my only complaint with eBay is that the prices are inflated because because eBay takes so much now. That brush isn't going to work. It's not good enough. I have to put some stuff up on eBay to try and sell it, and I haven't because I know that I'm going to just cry at how much money they take from me. Ridiculous. It is really criminal, is what it is. No, oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I'm just saying that like there was a day when you could really. I mean, there's a guy who's literally his YouTube channel is like eBay Rescues, and he started that channel back when you could get models on eBay real cheap. Like it was a real deal to get it, and now we're kind of like they're not bad. Like it's not a bad price, but. It's a little bit like the Pokemon thing where like everybody's collecting Pokemon now, so it's expensive. Everybody's selling stuff on eBay now, so no. That's a good idea because like my son doesn't he hates putting models together. I mean if he had money, which he doesn't, but if he had money, I'm sure he would pay people to put stuff together for him. I like all of it, I think. Except visiting with people. I don't like that. They figured out a way to do this game and not socialize. I'm kidding. Just a massive introvert, that's all. IMAX Earth shit is just like cheating. Okay, so here's the question. Do I highlight the teal? Or do I just wash it and hope that it works out? Yeah. Yeah, I like the way it looks with like base coats, then Agrax, then a little bit of highlight to bring it back out. It'll look good. I'll put these up on eBay. I'll put them up on Instagram later tonight when they're done, or maybe tomorrow. But yeah, I think these are going to look pretty good. Agrax is also really versatile. So long as you're playing with warm colors, you can pretty much shade anything with it. Which I also like. Oh, sinestral painting. All one word. Because I'm left-handed. In case that wasn't clear. I am old enough. This is a really funny story. I am old enough that I was at the very tail end of the trying to correct left-handedness in school. So I wasn't told that I couldn't write with my left hand, but I was told that I had to write cursive like a right-handed person did with my left hand, which turns out you can't do. Sinestral. Hang on, I'll get it. Give me a second. I'm going to get this on so I can draw it. I think I'm going to highlight the blue and then wash it all with Colia green shade, and I think that's going to look good. All right, do not knock over the thing. It is there you go. Silver. Where's my silver? By the way, if you're looking for a good silver that is very, very, very high, I'm not going to use this one. High coverage. This is the Master Series paint. I want to say it's Reaper. My son gave it to me. Blade steel. This stuff is like pure metallic. Thank you. I'll follow you back then. Yeah, it's a really, really good metallic. It's almost. Don't tell him this. It's almost too good of a metallic. It's really freaking good. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, dude, I freaking love that kit. Yeah, it's a ridiculously good kit. Yeah, I need a second one. At some point, I need to get a second Voltex. Like, there's just, it's just great. It's huge, like it's massive. I have it in my case back here, shoulder over here. You guys can't see my case. Back there. And it towers over the Thanatars. Like it's a big boy. And it looks good. It's just a great kit. They nailed it. That's what I mean, though. Like specialist games, dude. Just doing great work. All right, how's this gonna look? I'm gonna do it on one and see what I think. Yeah, it's expensive, and the like the FOMO kit right now, like the fact that it's behind the Skitari box is kind of crap, but it'll be available. Probably be like $100 kit, unfortunately. It's really expensive. But okay, so if I Cooley green shade this, is it gonna? Yeah. Should just dry brush this. Runefang Silver does not dry brush well though. I don't know if you guys have played with that color, but it's not a great dry brush one. Yeah, $95. Well, so the Thanatar, I'm trying to think what the Thanatars are like kind of ridiculously expensive too. I have a really weird perspective on like pricing, I think. Because in my mind, the Thanatar is like the price of what I would think a knight would be, which is not reasonable at all for Games Workshop stuff. And then knights are like $200. Yeah, so Thanatar is 106 base. So Icebreaker? Okay. Oh, Ironbreaker. Yeah. Is it? I don't. I'm trying to remember. Hey, Slammer. Um, I don't know how bright Ironbreaker is. I'll have to look at it. Um, but yeah, I'll check that out sometime. But yeah, $95 for the Voltrax I think would be good. Oh yeah. Okay. So no, I want light. I want a light dry brush. I'm highlighting my metal. We're gonna see if I'm gonna do one of these before I do all the rest to see if I hate myself over it. Also, just as a note, just gonna brag, original Formula Colia Green Shade too. Hey, Griff, welcome. I'm glad you enjoy it. Man, listen, I just want to say you guys are great. Like we've had Velios has been here the whole 3 hours. 3 hours. And we've had people pop in and say that they have enjoyed it and like it over and over and over again. And I just really appreciate that. That's crazy. Like, yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, size wise, I agree. Um, we were trying to guess on how much the what's it called? The Voltrax is going to be when it comes out on solo kit. And yeah. Yeah. Thundertar is a big kit too. Um, yeah. Like I said, in my mind, I'm weird, but in my old inflation addled mind, I'm like Thanatar is the price of like uh of a knight, $100, really far off. Yeah, so that's fair. Um, so so what I would say is, Griff, I would I would just start with small, simple games and just start with the basics. If you're still relearning the basics, because yeah, it's pretty straightforward when you get there. It can be a little overwhelming with all the terms at first. I think three Denatars is fine. It depends on what you're building, right? I think 3 Thanatars if you're running 2 of the Solix guns. I'm dyslexic, so I gotta go through everything in my head. So Calyx is like a flower, so that's the Solix laws because that doesn't make sense. That's how I remember it. So if you were running 2 Thalex and 1 Cavis, I think that's probably a good combo. I run 1 of each currently. I don't think 2 Cavis is worth it. I just don't, unless you're playing Solar Ox, and then you just win because you're putting 5-inch AP4 pie plates everywhere. That's just hilarious. And Avelios can attest to that. But yeah, it's I feel bad about that game, dude. But then you turned around and did it to oh god, names are hard. I don't know his Poncho. I don't know what his anyway. Poncho's his username. I don't want to drop everybody's real names here. But yeah. Then you turn around and curb stomp him, so it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I will. Zone Mortalis is great. Zone Mortalis is great for Mechanicum. Especially if you play without the confined space rule and just play like a Zone Mortalis 4x4 game, 1500 points or something like that, and just put like a ton of terrain on the board. So you're not playing with ceilings and all the other stuff and doorways. Just like make the table crazy, and then play Zone Mortalis that way. I think that would be a good way to learn. The rules are pretty much the same, and then there's not that pressure to kind of play big games, and you don't have the tanks, so it's not. Because I think that the tanks are really what swing the big games heavily. All right, we're going to see if I like this. I am putting Colia Green Shade on top of my teal metallic paint that was highlighted with silver. So is this going to do what I want it to do? I don't know. I'm not sold. We're going to let it dry. Man, brass with original Agrax Earthshade is like chef's kiss. So perfect. I can't believe it's taken me 3 hours though to do 2 of these. Lots of trim. I'm definitely gonna have to. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and if you don't run like you only get 1 reaction too. So like, unless you're playing with a Praetor, which if you're playing Mechanicum, you're not. Womp womp. No, I actually do like that. I'm gonna do that again. All right, that's cool. Yeah, I really liked Zone Mortalis. I would play that again. You got 3? So you get 1 base. Yeah. Second edition Mechanicum Advanced Reaction, third edition would be freaking insane. I think it was once per game though, right? It was only once per game, so we can only do it once. But it would, I would, with all the extra characters, that would be great. That would be great. I don't think it would be broken either. Like I've seen some of the other advanced reactions. The the Thousand Suns one is a thing. Holy crap, dude. I think that the interesting. That's awesome. Listen, more power to you. I can't get 3 reactions. I mean, technically, with Mechanicum, you could get almost unlimited free reactions. But I don't think you'd want to. I don't think you'd want to do it. Probably not be very good. I don't know where I was going with stuff. Oh, the Thousand Suns advanced reaction. I think that's just because the painting dad keeps failing his willpower checks whenever he does it, and then blowing up whatever I'm shooting at him with. That's what it was. It was him killing my Thanatar with his advanced reaction because he failed his psychic test. Which still doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It is so thematic and such a gotcha. Yeah, I really don't like what Mechanicum list would make your friends sell their armies. Um what point size were we talking? Don't do this. But what point size are we talking? Macrotech, yeah, Macrotech is up there. I like Macrotech. So the Macrotech, okay, so 2,000 points. I just did a video called The Problem with Tech Thralls, and I think you could test it. I haven't played the list, but I have a zombie horde list in that one that Avilios thinks is broken. It's definitely miserable to play against. So if you converted that to be 2,000 points, I don't think people would enjoy that game. Let me think what else. Macrotech is really good. There's a video on Winter's SEO. I've not finished it yet. I just started it. Where the guy is bringing all Myrmidons against him, and they do get some of the rules wrong right away. So take that with a grain of salt. But all Myrmidons would probably be pretty strong. Yeah, those are the three: the Zombie Horde, Lacrimata, Macrotech, and Myrmidons are probably the three biggest sort of like screw you type lists that you can build right now. But yeah, they can all be countered. Like Space Marines have answers to everything. So just be aware of that. But yeah, I think if you wanted, yeah, they are expensive. I mean, here's what I would do with Tech Thralls though. Right now, I would probably build them off zombie bodies and just like, I don't know, find something to kit bash in for the Laszloks or something. I wouldn't even use the Tech Thrall models. If you were going to really do a horde, I wouldn't even because they're such a pain to paint. There's so much detail to every single. We were just talking about this. But like, if you were doing dark mech, you could probably base them even off of like what are they, the zombies from like the Death Guard guys. Yeah, I would proxy them first and see how it works. Because we might get into it and you're like, no, it just doesn't work. But basically the idea is to run 3 units of 10 tech thralls right out of the gate. And first turn, you're going to add 3 models to the unit, make them 13, 13, and 14 for your unit sizes because your Archmagus will be there. And then second turn, you'll do it again. Third turn, you'll do it again. And you'll just keep building the units bigger and bigger and bigger each turn. And then sort of your front line are 3 units of 9 Ursarex with all claws, which is 45 attacks in melee. And they all have 3 wounds, and they're all strength 6 base. So yeah, it's pretty, yeah. Frostbite on their hands would be so cool. I really like that effect. It would be hard to paint to make it look good at that scale, but if you could figure out how to do it, that would look great. And they would totally be frostbitten. Nobody cares. They don't warm the factories. But yeah, it would be. I gotta keep painting and not get distracted. It would potentially be a really rough game to play against that if you didn't have good answers to that. And it's just a lot of points that you're getting for free. Because they're 10 points each. So like turn 1, you're getting 100 points extra of tech thralls. Turn 2, you get 100 points extra of tech thralls, right? So for the 4-turn game at 2,000 points, you get 400 points worth of models. I mean, you can do as many as you want, right? Like the tech thrall detachment, not tech thrall detachment, the Tagmata detachment lets you bring 4 units. So the only catch is you want to bring a Magos with every unit so that you can start recurring guys. It is very much like the what did you say, Velios? It was the zombie, the like necromancer build for like old world, where you can just like summon a huge army. But yeah, it's I don't know. I wouldn't want to play against it. Like it's you're going to swing one way or the other. You're either going to curb stomp somebody and they're never going to want to play again, or they're going to have the answer and they're going to kill all your guys on turn 1. So yeah, I mean 3 Thanatars, Horde of Zombies. That's pretty solid, and that's not a lot of points. Thanatars are so durable. They're toughness 8 with 10 wounds and a 2-up save and a 5-up invuln. And you can heal them. Like it's if you're careful with your models, you should not lose your Thanatars ever. There's very little in the game that can kill a Thanatar. Very little. Even multi-meltas are wounding them on 4s. And if you're smart about the way that you play the game and you're going to face multi-meltas, you just fortify the Thanatar. So now it's toughness 9, and multi-meltas are wounding you on 5s. And multi-meltas do not get melta against automatons, only vehicles, because they're dumb and Games Workshop can't write rules. So you're going to put a multi-melta unit into my Thanatar, and you're going to hit on 3s because you're Space Marines. You're going to wound on 5s, and then I'm going to save on 5s. Like I'm not. Yeah, screw you and your Vanquisher cannons. I don't like that. Yeah, so I like Skitarii as allies. So Griff, I'm going to run a Skitarii allies hopefully in a few weeks or in a week or so. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to paint it. So your Voltrax should go with your. I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter, but I would put the Voltrax with Cybernetica, unless you're running out of slots. And the reason is because you could always take a Cybernetica Magos and toss it with your Voltrax and have it score, which is pretty fun. And it can't score in Skitarii. The only way we could make that work is if you took the Skitarii ability, the one that gives you line 1, and then you're wait for it, because somebody said it in chat or in the responses to the videos. Okay, so here you go. You take a Cybernetica Tech Priest, then you take the Voltrax and put it in your Skitarii list, and you give it line 1. And then you have your Tech Priest attached to the Voltrax, and now it can score. And you have a line 1 unit that can score. Now, is that good? No, it's not good, because you could just put it in Cybernetica as a Mechanicum model, and then you get Comptroller 1, which is pretty much the same as Line. But you could do it if you really wanted to be silly about it and run. Yeah, so automata can't score objectives. They cannot hold objectives. That's the rule. Except when they're accompanied by a Cybernetica Tech Priest Magos or Archmagos. So the answer is it's better to have it as a Mechanicum unit, because you could get the Comptroller 1, and also you wouldn't take the penalty for mixing factions. But yeah, the Acquisitor trait. Yeah, you can put Acquisitor on it. It just can't score. But yeah. It's kind of a bummer. It's there's nothing we can do about it, but it's dumb that the Scutari are their own faction. And again, I will die on that hill. No, it's too much silver. I like that you guys are swapping ideas for the extremities. That's really cool. Getting distracted. I need to paint more. But... I have an answer for you. Give me a second. Eventually, this is going to be my Archmagos on an event. So he's just on a big base, and yeah, just go full like body horror stuff. Just lean into it. That's all. Just whatever you want it to. I mean, it's freaking Mechanicum. Oh, that's the so that tail is from the lash on the Knight model, the Knight Abominant, I think. Yeah, and then the body is from a Necromunda kit. So that's the Abominant. I think that's the Abominant tail, or like the little dangly bits that come off the hand. And then at one point I had a bunch of the Mauler Fiend things I was using as like arms for it, but I don't know that I like the way they hang, so I might mess with something else or like try and change the angle, which is why he's kind of separated. But yeah, definitely play with proxies. I actually picked up a bunch of these Negavolt cultists. Down here, so maybe focuses. So these are the Negavolt cultists from the Blackstone Fortress, and these are going to be my I'm going to paint them up first to see if I like them, and then I might get some more. The Silex, is that the right one? Yeah, the Silex Guardian Maniple. I think that they look pretty Silexy. They have like tentacles and like combat stuff, and they like all their faces are covered, so that you could just argue that they're like servitors. But yeah, I'm not buying the Silex models. That's expensive. But yeah, the answer to your question is whatever you want. It's just make something big and floaty, and you got it. That's your Abeyant. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna play with it at some point. I mean, I have so much stuff I'm working on right now that it's not even all my thing. I also don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Abeyants. Yeah. Yeah, they were at one point they were really in high demand. I think they still are. I'd like to know. So my local store that I'm going to is, well, like I would is guard table and round table, or round table and guard tower are the two stores. And I'd love to know like how many of the like Skitari boxes they sold. I have a feeling that those the Myrmidons are gonna sell real fast when they come out. Those are great models. The new Myrmidons, yeah. I want to run Scoria too. Oh man, I do so much. They're really good. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have any desire to play Dark Mech, which is why it took so long to get to Dark Mech video. It's just not my thing. I like my guys being loyalists, and that's me. But that it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, yeah, they could. Mm, yeah, I really want a Domitar. I run the Catholics, not Catholics, the Cybernetica Apex detachment all the time, and that slot being open all the time is just it hurts. It hurts. Do I like the way that turned out? I do not. Oh no, that's the one. Oh, I do like that better. Okay. Yeah, we need plastic Domitars. We'll get them eventually. I'm surprised they didn't release the 2 units of Myrmidons together as one kit. But I'm so sorry. I want you listen. I think at this point I want you to get your Ogren more than you want to get your Ogren. So the Artilax. I don't think we're gonna get the Artilax. Sorry. Uh, I mean maybe in a future edition, but not this edition. It's Legends, isn't it? Artilax is Legends right now, so I don't think we're gonna get it. Do I think that we're gonna get a plastic brass scorpion? No. No, I don't. I don't think they're going to make a plastic brass scorpion. Not for a while. I mean, it'd sell like it would. They'd sell a ton of them, but no, I don't think that. Hey, Goofy Blocks. I thank you very much. I've said this every single time somebody has said that, but I will say it again. It means a lot to me to hear that from you guys, and I'm doing my best to keep them coming. And we probably won't have a lot of Mechanicum specific content in the next couple of weeks because there's not a lot to talk about right now. But we're going to talk about some other things. So yeah, so my thought with the Legends is that the stuff that's in our book is the stuff that's slated to be released in third edition. I think that's the stuff they're going to work on. And then the other stuff will come out later, probably. So I don't think it's a 40K thing where like if it's legended in third edition, it's gone in fourth edition. I don't think that's where we're going. But I do think the legend stuff is the stuff that they're like not really pressing on. So, but I could be wrong. It's entirely. I mean, the Arlax and the Domitar are basically the same kit, right? Like it's just one's got a jump pack. They're both not Castellax. There's different chassis. It's mentioned in the first Heretic book. I forget though. But yeah. The real question is, are we going to get Silex models? Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good way to look at it. Is that it's more of a suggestion, and I don't think yeah I don't think they're going away. I don't know. I could be wrong. They need to flesh out some of the faction that isn't. I mean, most of the stuff in our book is plastic now, but it would be nice. It would be really nice to have a plastic Mangos kit. I'm not gonna lie. And we'll get to this next comment. Yeah, yeah. I said this earlier. I actually really like the rate at which the Mechanicum releases are coming. As a person who really doesn't want a big pile of gray plastic at my house, um, I feel like I can more or less keep up with it. Right, my Voltrax is painted. I'm working on the Scutari Marshall. Will get done at some point. Um, I'm still working on my Macrotech box stuff, but it's getting there, right? Like I should be done with everything more or less by the end of the year. Um, but yeah, I think it'll be yeah, 2 to 3 years seems reasonable. I think we'll get more than that though. I think we can expect something maybe every quarter. Is pretty reasonable. Although, when was the last release for Solar Rocks? You guys haven't got anything for a while, right? Can you take the Fellblade? I mean, aside from like stuff I can't. I don't have an airbrush. Yeah, yeah. I would imagine Solar Rocks is going to get a few things in the summer. So, they might even release a new Baneblade kit. Honestly, I guess you got the Arvis recently, but that was 2025, and you got the what's it called? I'm getting distracted again. Not painting. Um, you got the Malcador, right? Relatively recently. So so those were yeah. So those were kind of newish. Yeah, you guys are owed some things pretty soon. Siphon the Ogren or Ogren. I think they're Ogren. What do you still need? Are there any infantry units that Solar Ox? Or want, I guess. Yeah, that's a good question. If anybody is buying the Huron Blackheart kit and you don't want the captain on the little thing, Evelios wants her. You can just send her to him for his Solar Ox general. Okay, companions. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think that they would give you a weapons upgrade box like they did with the? Oh, did you? Nice. I'm glad. I want to see it when it's done. Um, do you think that they'd give you a weapons upgrade box like they did with the Space Marines? Nice. I like that. That's good. I am really disappointed that they didn't redo the conversion beamer rules when we got the new uh, Myrmidon rules. Yeah, yeah, for the Vellatars. Yeah, it seems silly that they wouldn't. Yeah, yeah, I think a Magos kit would go over really well. Yeah, I don't mind the kit bashing. I mean, all my Magos are just the guys from Mechanicum, or sorry, Mechanicus. But I like that they don't look the same, right? So the only other model that I could use as a Magos at this point is the guy from the kill team, and I don't think he's big enough to be a Magos, the like servitor floating guy. So yeah, I don't know. Damn, it looks good. Do I even need to highlight that? I probably do need to. I'm not going to highlight the bronze. I'm going to let it go. It's going to be too much work. Engineers, like engineers, like military engineers, combat engineers. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what you guys get. I think. I mean, ogres would sell. If they would sell so many ogre if they gave them to you, and it would be an easy kit to make. Very basic kit to make. Yeah, I think they should do it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, whoever was asking about the abeyant, the call model would make a good abeyant model if you want. That's a pretty huge. He's huge. He's like Primarch sized, but it's a great model. Oh wow, that's very cool. I haven't even checked Wikipedia for a long time. It's basically unreadable on a phone. So yeah, but that's good that they updated it. Yeah, Call is an awesome Archmagus model. He's massive. Oh, only a story, of course. I mean, listen, do we really need anything other than Astartes? Yeah, I'm really absolutely excited about how this stippling turned out. I wish I could show you guys, but my camera is not good enough to show you. I'll put it on Instagram later. But yeah, it looks really good. Got them done, except the backs, and I'm not gonna use them because I'm gonna use the battle tanks. But at least I know what it looks like. Has anybody been painting these dudes in here? Dear God, man. Dear God. There's so many details on that guy. The little freaking I want a 3D print canopy that I can just put over him and not paint him. I mean, the model's great, but like there's so much going on there. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I am not a sub-assembly person. You're right. I mean, I've got sub-assembly here because I gotta like figure out how to put them together. You're right. I should have painted him before I put him in. But there's just so much going on. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be sketched. Like there's no way it's not gonna be sketched. There's just too much. There's more. We were talking about detail creep. There's more detail on this model here than on, there you go, this second edition Catachin Jungle Fighter Lieutenant. This is the character Lieutenant, and this freaking tank pilot has like an order of magnitude more detail. It's insane. It's a gorgeous model. Don't get me wrong. Not saying that it's not nice. It's just no. Don't magnifying glass my models. Don't want to do that. It's they look good. You don't get too close. Yeah. Somebody in yeah. Yeah, it's the details in the Mechanicum stuff is it's a lot. So somebody suggested that we do a video on the decal sheets and everything that's on the decal sheet. So we're going to do that video at some point. I realized that if you guys there's a lot of people that are saying that they're new to Mechanicum, and a lot of this information was in the original Mechanicum Liber, second edition Liber Mechanicum. Sorry, that's an Adeptus Mechanicus one. Don't get too excited about that one. But yeah, we can sit down and we can have a conversation about decals and what they represent and what they mean and where they're from. Because they do have meanings. You've got like Cybernetica and the Tagmata one and Reductor and all that stuff. See if we put stuff out there. I don't know. I think some of these are Greek letters, but I don't think they're all Greek letters. So if anybody knows what all the letters come from, let me know. But yeah, they might just be made up, but definitely some are Greek. But yeah, try and do a little code work on some of the other symbols. I think are mathematical, but not. Some of them are alchemical. But yeah, we'll go through them at some point and discuss them. Yeah, I've got so many decals. All the decals. The night decals are actually pretty cool for Mechanicum stuff. Some of the just random night. These are the Chaos Knights, but some of the transfers that are there are like this one would be a pretty cool Mechanicum one. Yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll check that out. Do they look familiar to like Necron stuff? Oh yeah, but they would be cool too because they're probably to the same like a big Warhound Titan in Titanicus is like the size of what it's not quite as is it it's as big as a Thanatar, right? Because the pricing it's Thanatar priced. So I bet you can get them online too, pretty inexpensively. Yeah, I never throw my decals out. I have boxes and boxes of decals, piles and piles. This is it's like a second edition, third edition decal sheet. I had at one point I was doing a salamanders project. that didn't last long. So I have a bunch of salamanders ones that are in there for no reason whatsoever. But yeah. All right, I think I'm painted out for now. That was good. Got a lot done. I'm gonna Coley green shade this guy too, so he can dry. I'll post up the Krios fronts on Instagram tonight, and you guys can let me know if you think that they're decent or not. Flexing my original Coley green shade color. Any other questions, ideas for videos? Comments about YouTube battle reports that don't know how to play Mechanicum? Shh, you didn't say that. I won't say the channel, but it's a good channel. Velios knows who it is. But I started watching one of their Mechanicum battles and didn't even get through the where they discussed the list before I had to turn it off. I was like, oh my god, no, don't run this list, and this is not how you play this faction. But it's okay. It was like he only played a couple times, so I can't blame him. But it was, if you sat me down and were like, Eric, I want you to play an Adeptus Astartes, army, I don't think I could do it. I mean I could play it, but I wouldn't build a good list. Like, it's a video about Western lore channels versus Russian lore channels. Interesting, but not the bot ones, right? Like these are actual lore channels that are people. people were doing? Because there's a lot of bot channels right now with like AI channels. I don't know a lot about that stuff, but I've seen it. Somebody in my comments the other day said that they expected it to be an AI voice for my channel, and they were, I guess, happy, I guess, that it wasn't. So yeah, you get my stutters. Really? Are they in Russian or are they in English? I'm not aware of this. Okay, so Goofy Blocks, somebody else suggested that. So that is on the list now with to do I'll do knights. I don't we should do knights, titans, and the super heavies from Mechanicum all separate because they all have very, very different rules. That's actually one of the reasons why I haven't done the super heavy Mechanicum thing lately or so far is because it's really different. They're really different units. But we will do it. I'll put it on there. Unfortunately, I don't speak Russian, so you see it. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I am not good at my thumbnails. I'm not good at any of this stuff, honestly. But that's okay. I don't pretend to be. It's just for fun. We're just here to fill a niche and build a community and have fun with it. Okay, I'm gonna put that on my list of things to do. It's called Average Russian. Okay. All right, I'll check out this video. Let's we'll watch it at some point. They might have a special Titans might have a special rule that lets you undo it, like get around it. I don't because Winter's SEO doesn't subscribe to me and he's playing Mechanica now. So, but yeah, I do have most Mechanica. It's been really fun. Like you guys are a great community and I really appreciate it. And like I can't we are at 700 subscribers now, right? And it's 11 p.m. Eastern time and there are 6 people in a stream and I expected like Avelios to be here and that was it. So that was somebody left. So that's awesome. You guys are great, and I can't ask for better. But yeah, we do have a lot of like pretty much all the Mechanicum players in the country, in the world, probably are part of us. But yeah, it's great. It's very fun. It's very fun, and I'm glad that you guys are here to hang out and do it. And we're learning. You guys school me as much as I school you. Like I'll get a video and I'll put something up and somebody will be like, nope, this isn't the way it works, and we'll fix it. The comptroller thing, that was just gotten wrong on the Winters one. So they did it too. They did it the way I did it. Yeah, so more mech videos. If you guys have ideas for stuff, there's not a lot else that we can cover that are basic mech things. Yeah, I appreciate you being awesome. I'm so glad. We'll maybe we can do more. I'm not going to ever have a really good camera, but we can definitely do more. It's been almost 4 hours, and I didn't think we were going to last this long. Yeah, so if you guys have ideas for more mech videos or stuff that we want to like rehash, like we can revisit stuff. I follow on my personal feed. I follow Morty and Glory, and he has no problem doing the 6th Vindicator tank video for 10th edition, right? Like, so if you guys want to see another list build one, we can do that. If we want to go over units now that we're like almost 9 months into the edition and talk about units again, we can play with that. If you're liking the sort of like 1-by-1 units where we stop and take like the tech thrall video or what was the other unit that we talked about? There's another unit that we did a whole video on. The Myrmidons. We did a whole video on Myrmidons. So we could just do that. We could just go through unit by unit, kind of deep dives into them. But yeah. From like battle reports? Is that what you're saying? You would love examples from battle reports? Yeah, I can start doing that. I don't play enough games to do that. But I mean, not that I don't play enough games. I just don't. I think that part of the strength of a really good battle report channel, especially if we're talking tips and tricks, is you're playing like multiple games a week. And I don't play multiple games a week usually. But yeah, I can definitely do that. And I have somewhere back, I have a decent camera that I have to get better at. I have 5 sort of resolutions for 2026. And one of them is get better at photographing miniatures. But yeah, I would be happy to do some of those and talk about some stuff. And another video that I might do is sort of assassins. I'm going to do a Mechanicum allies one, like what allies go well with Mechanicum. But I might do a separate video on just the assassins, because I think the assassins are potentially really good for us. They fill a niche that we just don't do well, which is high initiative melee combat. So we aren't usually striking first in melee, and having access to a unit, relatively cheap unit, by the way, that you could put into a unit and kill some models. Like an Eversource assassin is just 125 points, and for one clade assassin slot, you can run 3 of them, which is pretty good. But yeah. Yes, I did run a. I mean, to be fair, that Eversource assassin in the previous game, a previous game that we played, exploded and killed. Or no, one of my guys exploded and killed everything, and just barely didn't have that Eversource explode. So like, anyway, he did get exploded and didn't do anything. Space Marines are okay. So, do Dark Angels get specialized? So all Space Marines can take Castellax as I want to say the Forge Lord option. I got it wrong in the video because I'm dyslexic and I screwed it up. But either the Praevian or the Forge Lord, I think it's the Forge Lord, has a rule that says that they can take Automata. I think it's Master of Automata. And so they can take them. And then I don't know that Dark Angels get a special, like it's specialized in like they're not Cybernetica. They get the Bonded Automata word instead. And then the Thousand Sons have a Castellax that's special to them that only they can take. But they're the only ones that I'm aware of that kind of like do it special. Honestly, Griff, if I were you, this is just me, I would build your Dark Angels in opposition of your mech. So if you're not familiar with the lore, like it wasn't the whole reason why the Dark Angels were made, but they one of the reasons why they were made was to destroy mech. And if you wanted to, then you could do some special Castellax for them. But yeah, you can cross. I mean, you can cross over any of the Castellax. You just bring a Forge Lord, and you can take one unit of Castellax, either the destroyers or the battle ones. Yeah, and then what's it called? If you bring a Praven, you could bring Thalax too. So you could there's some overlap. It's not as much overlap as there was in the second. And as Avelios just pointed out, you can always just take ally detachments. I think if you're a Space Marine player and you're not bringing a Magos and 2 Tech Priests, you're really doing yourself a disservice. I think every single if I was running the Space Marines, I would run a Magos and 2 Tech Priests, because it's 200 points maybe, and there's basically no downside to it. So yeah, goofy blocks. Yeah, I think that's good. I have in one of my bins back here. I have some Iron Warriors that I was going to do that with. I'm probably not going to do it now. But in the video that I've got, so the Allies video that we just did, that Allies video ended up being more than what's in there, and I split it off because it was too long. But there's going to be a section where we talk about what are good allies for Mechanicum, and one of them is just tactical squads. Tactical squads are the best allies. And it's kind of sad because it means that like tech thralls aren't good and Skitarii aren't really good allies, because for 100 points I could bring 8 Skitarii that are line 1, or 100 points I could bring 10 tactical marines that are line 2. It sucks. And in addition, the Skitarii Marshal is good. Like, he's a good model. He looks great. But I could bring a librarian and 2 tactical squads, and the librarian can then do things like put biomancy on my Castellax, which is really funny. To have like toughness 9, strength 9 Castellax running around. That's hilarious. So yeah, definitely, if you want Mechanicum and you're struggling to score and you want to do it, consider running some tactical squads in there. You don't have to. Like, it's not a competitive game. Don't feel like you have to if you don't want to. But like, it's definitely an option. And it's probably more accurate to the way the Great Crusade was fought if we have like 20 Space Marines and a huge Mechanicum army. Yeah, I agree. Like, just play whatever you want. I'm just saying, like, if you're playing games and you're having a hard time scoring and you're really being frustrated with that, firstly, don't play the scoring games then. We have 3 whole books now with other objectives that a lot of them don't require scoring, like line models at all. So there's that. But yeah, just play whatever you want. But I would definitely, yeah, no, I agree. So we had a guy here who was playing. He plays Iron Hands, Blood Angels, and he built Mechanicum in 2nd edition to do basically the same thing. So he's playing Blood Angels and did it. But yeah, definitely, like, if you want to play Mechanicum in 3rd edition, it's going to sound silly, but get a hold of the 3 journals that we have and just don't ever play the core books. Just only play journal missions. Because in the Forges of Saturn book, all 3 of those scenarios, if you're the defender, you don't care about line. You don't care about line at all. So just play that in defender. And then in the relic hunt scenarios, line is a thing, but it's not the end of the world. So yeah, then you play those. And yeah, that's what I would do. So I don't think that that's the case in 3rd edition. I'm going to say something that's kind of weird. if Avelios can confirm this because they play at my stores. We play together. I lost like 90% of my games in second edition. Like 90%. It was bad. My wins were like we went to a narrative tournament. And we won one game, and then I had like two games at the end that I kind of won. But pretty much every other game I lost and lost bad. Like it was at one point my attitude was if I kill a unit of Space Marines, I've won in my own like right. Um, and I'm probably right around 50% right now in third edition. So like Mechanicum is much more competitive in third. Even though I think that the game is not as fun as second was, which is kind of a weird thing. But I do really like the journal missions, so try those. Yeah. You'll win games. You'll win games because we have the tools to win games. If you said you played in 2000, so Mechanicum in third edition plays more like Tau in like fourth and fifth edition than they do anything else. They're very, very good at shooting you off the table, especially if you play against Solorox. They're really good. If you're armor 4, it's a bad day to face Mechanicum. But even Space Marines, you can shoot Space Marines off the table. The only thing that's going to give you trouble in third edition is Terminators and Land Raiders. Armor 2+ saves and armor 14 on vehicles that's our threshold. If your opponent brings that, the point deficit was a real thing in second edition. And it is mostly fixed. I still think it's not there, but it's fine. But yeah, if your opponent does not bring 2 or 3 Land Raiders and 2 or 3 units that have like 2+ saves, you're gonna probably do pretty good in that game. You might not win, but it'll be a game. It'll be close. I don't think it's up yet. I think it'll be up on Tuesday. But we did Zone Mortalis event. I played 2 games, which isn't like it's not enough to have like a sample size of data that's going to be reasonable. But I will say that I played Zone Mortalis in second edition, and it was awful. Like I did not get to play the game hardly at all. I mean, there was like a Space Wolf player that just like came screaming across the table at me and destroyed me. I'm trying to think of the other group that did. That was second. It doesn't matter. And then so there wasn't even competitive in second edition. And then in third edition, I won one game and lost one game, and they were both really close. And you know, that's I wasn't even really trying to win. So, oh yeah, I did beat you in a game, but it's Solorox. I think it was you and one other game where there were 2 other games because we had the league. So I won one of the league games. I beat you, and then I beat one of it wasn't a lot. The fact that I can remember the number of games that I won in second tells you everything you need to know about Mechanicum in second edition. They were a thing. So they're really fun. And as I said earlier in the stream, that so Winters had a like a live stream where I stopped it and paused it and wrote down the time because I was going to make a video in response to it. But then I listened to the rest of it and it was fine. So he said something about like a Mechanicum being the best army right now. And you know, I was like, absolutely not. And anyway, so then he went on to say that basically it's the flavor. Like we have rights of war still, and other people don't have rights of war, which I do agree with that. Like we have a lot more flavor to our army. And don't judge me on my cheap paints here. These are for terrain. They're not for miniatures. Don't panic. Um, uh, yeah, so that I agree with that. That's true. Solar Ox were really in a bad place in second. They're both of the non-Astartes factions were pretty rough. It's okay though. It's they've largely fixed that without going to like the 10th edition 40K thing where they're like everybody's 50%. Astartes are still better. They're still the better army, but it's more of a game now. I'd like to play against Militia at some point. I'm really curious to see how Militia play in this edition and stuff. Yeah, dude, Solar Ox. It's a good time to be Solar Ox. Get your stuff going, dude. So if you guys aren't familiar, if you guys have not seen Solar Ox play, firstly, it's very rock paper scissors. So Mechanicum into Solar Ox felt really bad. Um, uh, like it was really rough. 5-inch pie plates that are AP4 are brutal against guys who have to be within an inch of each other. But then, and I think that was one of Avelius's first games. Yeah, of course. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good night. I think that was one of Avelius's first games. It was one of mine. It might have been my first. No, it was my second. Second? That doesn't matter. It was early in my third edition. But it was really bad. I felt really bad about it. And then the very next time I saw him playing, he was playing against Space Marines, and basically mathematically, the Space Marine player could not win because he could just dump so many line models on an objective that there's no way the space, like in a 4-turn game, the Space Marine player could not kill enough models to make it a win, which is hilarious. Not for the Space Marine player, but it's so hilarious. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that the imbalance when it happens can be really bad. But I think that's what happens in the early edition. You build your stuff, you play it out, and you're like, oh, whoa, that wasn't what I expected it to be. Yeah, it's a thing. Which is why you got to internally balance, right? I don't think if you play Poncho again that you would play Poncho the same way, right? Like you wouldn't play that game. And if I played against you, I wouldn't necessarily build the same list. I definitely wouldn't bring the Thanatar with the mortar and two Krios and the Kraknos. Like I wouldn't bring 5 AP4 or better 5-inch template weapons. That was overkill. But I was basing it off second edition when it wasn't quite as balanced. Yeah. The Krios with the 5-inch AP3 template, by the way, is really good. If you've not been playing with that gun, the Lightning Gun Krios is really good. It's every time I've taken it out, I've been really impressed. I think. Yeah, no, I mean that's the thing. It's your army is designed to put bodies on objectives, right? And with the way the game works now, you just move your stuff up and throw on objectives, right? It's I don't like. There's a few aspects of the game right now that I really don't like, and one of them is the way transports work. I don't like being able to assault out of rhinos. I think that's bad. I think being able to react back into transports is bad. I don't know. It's the thing. It's very gamey, and it's fine. It's fine that that's the way it is. Like it's part of the game, but I don't know. Yeah, I just and in some cases the board state early game is really rough for an army that wants to shoot, which is fine. Like that's going to happen sometimes. But there's one of the it's not the I don't think it's in the Forges of Saturn. No, it is Forges of Saturn scenarios. The defender deployment zone is really far up. And if you face a melee army like I did one game, they can get to you turn one, top of turn one, which is harsh. That's a really hard thing. And if I played the game again, I would just deploy further back. But yeah, it's being able to put a land raider in somebody's space and just disgorge 12 dudes and just trounce them is hard. Yeah. It's part of the game, right? You play it, you learn, you play again. I do really like that. That's the way the journal games work. All the journal games I played, I felt have a lot of repeatability, and I don't feel like that of the core ones. That third core one is literally unplayable. I don't know what it's called, but we talked about it in one of the videos. So yeah, I feel like I'm rambling. How are you guys feeling? Probably call it soon. It's been, yeah, it's that mission is so bad. Like I don't know. There are some times in this game, having been in this game for 30 years, where you walk away from something and you're like, did you play test this? Did you try this out even once? And that's one that I don't think they play tested it. I think they were trying to come up with ideas, and that was their third idea. And I don't know. It's a rough scenario. But again, like just don't play it. Just play the journal ones and you're fine. Just yeah, no, that's exactly the point. Is it's not balanced, but it's always fun and it's always cool. And as somebody who plays an army that specifically does not have line, being the defender in those Forges of Saturn, it just fixes everything. I think I would never be the attacker. I think I'd always be like, can I be the defender? And always do it. Or the hold the line scenario. No, it's not hold the line. First wave scenario from the Drop Site Massacre book is the same way. I could play defender in that, or loyal, no, traitor in that. I could play traitor in that every single game, and I'd be fine with that. I can't score the objectives anyway, so there's no point that I don't have line. So yeah, I like it, and like I said, I don't think that they points. I think they have points line anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's I don't know. The only ones I'll complain about right now are the core ones and the Zone Mortalis ones. I don't like the Zone Mortalis. I don't like the first Zone Mortalis one. It's just super non-interactive. What revelation? Oh, that you could just sit on it? Revelation. I don't know what revelation you mean. Oh yeah. So somebody pointed out that I was wrong that despoilers are a line too, which is correct. But I still don't think it's costed. I still don't think it's. I don't think it's. I don't think they points it at all. Um, and I definitely don't think they the support X is a discount at all, which is kind of crazy too. Because it definitely should be, but there's no way a Thanatar Cavus costs 225 points after a discount, right? So I don't think that that's a discount. I think they're just rules that they tack on, which then you have to ask like, how are they balancing a Vanguard 2 unit versus a Vanguard 3 unit? Yeah, I agree. Uh, uh, Mr. Synth Paints, or Synth Pants. Yeah, I think tacticals at 120 is probably reasonable. Question mark. I don't know that I'd go to 140. 10 tacticals for 120. I think that'd be good. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe 130. Doesn't matter. It shouldn't be 100. It's crazy. It's crazy pants up there. 100 for line two. Because Avilios, you were saying yours are line one, right? So what's a line one unit cost, and how many models do you get for that? Are they all 20 model units, or are they 10 model units? Because if you're paying 80 points for 10 line one models, that would be crazy. Yeah, no, I mean that's my point. Is if you ran, so a lot of people are running like three tacticals. So if you ran three tacticals at 120 points each, that would be an extra 60 points in your army. That's not a huge penalty, but it does balance it a little bit more. Um, Makes it a little bit worse when they get killed. Like it is a balancing factor. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like 140 points for a tactical squad. I don't want it to be so expensive that people don't bring tactical squads. Like that's not what I want. I don't want to just suddenly see a bunch of breachers and assault squads out there filling troop slots, because that would not feel good. I like having tactical squads there. I just think that they're undercosted. I also think rhinos are ridiculously undercosted, but that's fair. That's fair. I mean, like I said, I think 140 points for tacticals is probably not terrible. And if in the fact that, I mean, I don't know if you do you play Space Marines? Because if you would pay, yeah. So if you would pay 140 for tacticals and they're paying 100 for tacticals right now, like that's crazy pants. I would I would pay 140 points for a line one 3-up save unit, right? Like in Mechanicum, I would pay 140 points for tacticals. So yeah, we'll just leave that there. Um, and yeah, rhinos are crazy. Rhinos are. I don't even know what rhinos are in this. Are they still 35 or are they 45 now? Okay, so okay, so you can get to line two, right? But on the base level, your las rifle squad is a 3-up, a weapon skill, ballistic skill 3, strength toughness 3, 4-up save unit, right? And they're 50 points with line one. So yeah, I don't think line is costed at all. Yeah, I mean, I know what they were trying to do. At least I think I know. I think it seems like they were trying to push more tactical Marines in the game, which I think is good. I think you should have a basic tactical thing, and you have to have some sort of incentive for people to take tactical squads if you're going to do that, right? And before it was the first force organization chart, and now it's just points, which is fine-ish, question mark, but it's got to be pointed equivalent. And yeah, there's no way a 10-man las rifle section with line 1 should be 50 points if a tactical squad is 100 points. Like that's just crazy. The Oryx has front armor 12. Yeah, that's reasonable. It's for 50 points. That's actually expensive. Hang on, I'm gonna pull up my new recruit somewhere because I don't have the rules. Not for Space Marines. Yeah, I'm gonna look up a Rhino. Click. Oh my goodness. I know. Yeah, Rhino's 60 points. Okay, that's not terrible. Yeah, they do need plastic orcs. Or chimeras. Just let you guys take chimeras. It's in the fluff. There are chimeras in this time. There's also sponsons on Layman Russ's, depending on the author. But yeah, that's. I mean, 50 points for an Arcs is fine. A Rhino costs 60, so which is just mind-boggling. But I guess that's fine. Space Marines. I'm not going to crash out over Space Marines. It's fine. It just, yeah. Listen, I'm happy to have you here, and thank you for being here. And it's funny that people watch even though they're not Space Marines. I did just upload a video about Space Marine allies that might be helpful to you. So some Mechanicum suggestions for Space Marine allies. I said this earlier. I don't know that you were in the stream, but I think every Space Marine player should run 1 Megas and 2 Tech Priests. I think that is going to help everything. You could probably do it for like 200 points, no more than 250, and get three models that are going to really augment your army. Yeah, the reacting back into transports. We've been on that all night. It's bad. It's just not a good mechanic. Yeah, of course. I'm so glad that you like it. It's great. I'm not great with compliments, but thank you very much. It's awesome. All right, I'm feeling it, guys. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I think we're gonna call it here. Thank you very much for hanging out, and yeah, we will not do another 4-hour one. We'll definitely do another one at some point, especially since people came and hung out and chatted. Yeah, you too. Thank you very much. You carried a lot of our conversations, and I'll message you on Discord in a bit, and yell at you. But I'll get some. If you guys are on Instagram with Sinestro Painting, I'll show you guys the finished product over here. And yeah, have a great night, everyone, and take care. I'm gonna log off and go to bed. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 4 hours is wild. We'll see. Have a good one. Take care, everyone, and stay safe out there.